What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, August 15th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will preview scrimmage number 2 for Texas football fall camp. We've got some sound from Colin Simmons and CJ Baxter. We also have 4 reasons why you should bet against Texas in 2025, according to the people at ESPN. We've got plenty of NFL news, notes, and nuggets to get into as we head into week 2 of the preseason. A little baseball conversation as well, and we will do a screen share Friday. A bunch of randomness from the internet that has found me over the last few days that we need to share with the people. Oh, yeah, a lot of football, a lot of fun coming your way for the next 2 hours. A happy Friday to each and every one of you tuned in out there. We appreciate you all starting your weekend with us. And a happy Friday to you, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm fantastic. That was the last night of the Hotel California. Yesterday was the last day. Picked up my wife yesterday evening. And it's back to normal now. Pedal to the metal. Foot on the throat.
All gas, no brakes.
Yeah, all gas, no brakes now. Yeah. How much junk did I eat? What have I done? Nothing. Everything was clean, except for, of course, my 29 pairs of underwear at the very end. Got some old MeUndies on today. But everything was good. Airport, man, that highway was crowded. I was telling you, going from Dripping Springs to the airport took me an hour yesterday. Generally doesn't take me that. Generally takes me about 30 minutes or so. 1 hour. Our flight was coming in at 6:50, so I left at 5:15 thinking, anything could happen. You want to make sure. And it was crowded. I mean, that Ben White all the way to the airport was jammed up. I don't know if Thursday's pickup day at airports or whatever, but it was crowded. But everything seemed to work out good. Generally, if she's coming in at 8:50 or 9 something, and I know it's not going to be on time, I'm the guy who's there 2 hours, just like I do for regular airplane. I'm sitting in that stupid cell phone thing for like 2 hours, talking to myself, playing music, writing down things. But I thought I got there late. It just seemed late for me. But boy, it took all of that time just getting through the traffic. People going on 71 headed towards the Houston area or living out that way. People going to the airport. School's back in session. I didn't have that many problems when school wasn't, because now the kids got their cars, Every kid's got every extra drivers, every kid's got a car. It's not like the old days. If you had a car in your family, you were sharing it with your brothers and sisters. Now every kid has a car. Every driveway has 3 cars, 4 cars in it for all the kids. They don't share anything. And they're out.
You try to go anywhere in this town at 5:15, it's going to take you an hour. I mean, is
that just what it is now?
I think the most disrespectful thing you could do to me is tell me we are meeting somewhere at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
because if you're having that same meeting at like 3 or at 7, it's going to take you a third of the amount of time to get there. But if you're trying to go anywhere around Austin from like 4 to 6,
what is the window here now? What is the window? I used to get up. I had to do those. I was so used to doing morning shows and getting up at 3:30 when there's nobody. But there are times when there's a certain window in there between 6 something and 7 o'clock in the morning of getting out. It's crowded at 9 o'clock here when we get off. 9 o'clock is like prime time, or 9, maybe to 8 till 9:30 in the morning.
I can't really speak to the morning rush hour because, we're here, and then I usually stick around and get some work done around the place before I start hitting the town.
And I'm gone. And BK, and when I travel, I'm on that 6:15 flight or whatever it is, the first one out, I'm gone. No matter if I'm coming back to Austin or going, I can't do 9 o'clock flights and start traveling there at 7 o'clock or whatever it is. It's just too late for me.
No, the afternoon rush hour is, I mean, I try to get everything done by like 3:15, 3:30. I want to be off the road by then because it feels like that's when traffic starts picking up, and it feels like it stays pretty heavy until like 6:15, 6:30.
God, what
So
is this football season going to be if I-35 is jacked up?
also Fridays are even worse. Like Friday, the traffic starts at like 1:00 because
Oh, yeah, because people are gone home.
people are gone. Yeah, people work half days. I don't know how many people are even working on Fridays, but those who do actually go in on a Friday, they're usually out pretty early. So Fridays are the worst days. Those are the days where, yeah, you want to be home by right after lunch. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting in traffic for way too long.
Yeah, it was okay. Everything we're smooth. The plane was kind of on. I say kind of on time. 7:10. Supposed to be there at 6:50.
All
And then
right.
by the
20 minutes
time,
late for Delta. We'll call that a win, won't we?
yeah, and no, she's got her carry on, and I always go to I don't go to the arrival. I go to the departure and meet her there because it's by that time there's no departures. So pick somebody up upstairs. But it was okay.
You've
But
been
everything's
getting
good, man. Everything's good. No animals are dead. The house didn't burn down. And I really didn't hurt myself. Although yesterday I was wheelbarrowing stuff yesterday. And dude, I was soaked. I had on jeans. I was soaked through the jeans, soaked through the shirt. And I said, I'm going to weigh myself and come in at about 148 pounds, 155 after even being wet. I've been eating a lot. I've tried to do this 3 meals a day thing, and I'm pancaking it up in the morning. And boy, that makes you feel good when you can go outside and be in this heat for about 40 minutes. That's about it. That's about my max of I do about 40 minutes and I say, you know what? Let's not push this. Once your pants are sweat through and you have your first big thing of water, it's like, okay, do you think you're going to go another 45 minutes to an hour working outside? It's like, nah, that's it. That's plenty.
That makes you feel good when you're outside in this heat.
It does. I like to sweat, man.
All right.
I like to sweat. I like sweating, opening up the pores is a good thing. I hate the wetness. Wet jeans feels weird, especially when it's your own wet,
All right, Sydney Sweeney, don't be talking about your jeans.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come heat, rain, shower, snow, you are there for us, and we do appreciate it. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
Amen to all of that. So, hey, your wife can't be mad at you for having 29 pairs of dirty underwear because she doesn't let you use the washing machine. So what's supposed to happen?
She's
right?
not. She just said, she goes, we got a full house here. I said, yep, that thing is filled up. I'm going to double up on, if I'm in the morning, I'm in my drawers. And then if I get them sweaty, I'm not then taking a shower and putting the same ones back on. I'm changing.
No, you could put the same shirt and maybe the same shorts on after a shower, but you can't put the same drawers on.
No,
You
can't do that. You can't. No, that's a no. I have a
Can't
hard time
accept
with the
that.
shirt. When I sweat, I have a hard time. I mean, if I just wear a shirt and then I'm going to change it during the course of the day, I've been out, it's almost like, throw it in the wash. I don't do the wash. Hey, throw it in there. It's all right.
Yeah, you're right. You're not doing the laundry. Might as well get it cleaned.
That's why I got to go over. That's why I have to go over to Sue Patrick's and pick up my stuff, all my different kind of little shirts and Nike shirts and Longhorn gear. That's why I got to get over there. I need to get some new stuff. Got a lot of long sleeve. Yeah, there you go, Angry Bevo.
Come on. This is what you need for the upcoming season. Stock up.
Absolutely. I got the little gray one like that. I got to get over it. We'll see them we'll see him in another week or so.
Yeah, we'll be out there game week for sure. And it's crazy. Game week right around the corner. College football starts 8 days from now. Of course, we are 15 days away from Texas and Ohio State, part of the first major Saturday of the 2025 college football season. But it is right around the corner. We've got some more preseason NFL action this weekend. Both the Cowboys and Texans will play tomorrow, not against each other, but they will both be on the field. Maybe we'll see a few starters from both teams play. Preseason week 2 has kind of become what preseason week 3 used to be back when there were 4 NFL preseason game. So you might actually see some starters around the league this weekend. I know for some of you, you still don't care, but I'm so desperate for football, Buck. I will be tuned in. There's a Monday night game too. So we got games tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday in the NFL, and there's a good chance I'll be watching all of them.
I really was surprised at how many starting quarterbacks I saw start games last week that were in. I mean, even if it was for a series, but they were in for, that first quarter. A lot of starters. Maybe it's more like they're going to play in the first one and then bail from that point on. But it just seems like I would rather have my guys in the later games, my starters. They just don't want to take a chance. They want to see if they can get through game one without getting anybody hurt. And then they'll say, well, okay, we lucked out. We're not doing it again.
Yeah, every team and every coach has a different strategy for how they go about it. So some teams, they'll play their guys week 1 and that's it. Some will play them week 2 and that's it. Some won't play them at all. Like I'm not sure. We're talking about Cowboys starters playing. I don't know if Dak Prescott's going to take a single snap in the preseason this year. Coming off of an injury, he's 100% healthy. He's been doing everything in camp. But the Cowboys, it sounds like there's a chance they're just like, we don't want to risk anything at all. Like, we trust that he's good, and we'll just throw him out there week 1 against the Eagles on that opening Thursday and hope for the best.
Yeah, throw him out there and then throw that offense, that Eagles offense without Micah Parsons. He won't be. I don't think he's playing in week 1. I don't think they're getting it done.
They'll get it done. Come on.
No,
they'll get it done.
I'm thinking this is looking a little nasty now. This is starting to get weird and personal. And I think maybe week 3, but it may not get done in week 1.
Jerry Jones.
Jerry has the drama. He wants to, that's week 1 drama for him,
What would cause the most drama, right? What would be the most dramatic ending to the Micah Parsons contract saga? Would it be like game day, Thursday morning, you get the deal signed, and all of a sudden Micah Parsons is in uniform and ready to play that night?
No, Monday morning when he signs his deal after the Eagles kick the shit out of the Cowboys. That would be it.
He's going to wait until after the first game. And so more people are mad at him after the Cowboys get smoked. And then he's like, you know what? Now
they're going to be mad at him or Jerry. They're going to be mad at one of them or both of them. Probably
no one's mad. No one's mad at Micah Parsons. Like, I shouldn't say nobody. There are plenty of people out there who are like, dude, you're under contract.
He's under contract. That's right.
You have a contract. You're making millions of dollars. Like, go show
21 million. 21 million.
Yeah, there are people out there like that. But I think the majority of football fans, they just look around the league and they see what happens with every other team. And it's like, no, you should probably get paid right now. I think that everyone else is paying their star players and taking care of them and giving them that long-term financial stability that they want. You should probably be doing that too, Jerry.
If he doesn't play, they'll get crushed, and then they'll say on Monday, "Oh, we had this. We wanted to get it done on Friday, but we just didn't. We didn't have the details down, and so we're going to do it on this Monday after it's 34-3 or something."
Remember, Dak's deal got done 2 days before the Cowboys opener 2 years ago. CeeDee Lamb's deal got done, I think, a week or 2 before the Cowboys season opened last year. So we're getting close to the time that things usually happen in Jerry land. So I still think it's going to happen before game 1. Micah Parsons is too good, and as dumb as the Cowboys are, I think they're too smart to let this bleed into the actual season. So I think they'll find a way to get it done. But, the Cowboys play preseason game number 2 tomorrow against Baltimore. Captain Obvious here, Micah Parsons will not be on the field for that one.
Now, what does he lose? The thing is, what does he lose per game? I mean, he's under contract, and if he doesn't play in those games, it's just straight out money. I mean, those guys lose a lot of money. I mean, lots of money.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think a good portion of his contract is guaranteed. But if he decides to not play, then he'll lose millions of dollars for sure. I mean, if he decides to hold out and just not show up, which who do we see? We saw Le'Veon Bell do that a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
He sat out an entire season in Pittsburgh, and it ended up kind of working for him because he got a big money contract in free agency with the Jets that next offseason. Now, it didn't pan out. He wasn't very good, and he kind of fell off after that. But in terms of getting the money,
if this happened, this guy would get a huge deal.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, it's anybody would pay Micah Parsons $40+ million a year, except maybe the Cowboys. But again, I do think the Cowboys are going to do it, but I think literally all the other 31 teams in football would have already had this done by now.
Yes.
And here we are, like 3 weeks away. I think we're now less than 3 weeks away. I think yesterday was 3 weeks from Cowboys-Eagles, and because that's a Thursday game, so now it's Friday. Right. So I think we're like 2 weeks and 6 days away from that season opener. So there's your deadline to get something done. You'd probably like to get it done a few days before then. So, Micah shows up and he's practicing and he knows the game plan and all of those things. But Jerry Jones, man, he's got a flair for the dramatic. So
wow,
he will drag this thing out. Somebody asked Jerry, the Cowboys are back from Oxnard now, but I think their last day out there was 2 or 3 days ago. And somebody asked him, like, hey, what's preventing y'all from negotiating? Like, everyone's been asking, why is a deal not done? But someone's like, what? Like, why are you guys not talking? What's preventing that from happening? And he said, nothing. So it's like,
yeah, that was kind of, that was weird. What do you mean nothing?
No, if nothing's preventing you from talking, then why aren't you talking? Like, I know it takes two to tango, but they are waiting for you to reach out. Like, David Mulugeta has been waiting for months to talk to you, or Steven, or Jerry Jr., or Charlotte, or anybody with the organization. Like, why, if there's nothing stopping this, why are we stopping this?
They don't have a deal. That's the thing. There's no deal there. Jerry acts like there's a deal out there somewhere.
Yeah, well, that's, Jerry and Micah apparently talked a few months ago, and it sounds like they were talking about a contract, and they shook hands on something, and Jerry took that as like, yeah, that's the deal. That's what we're going to get. And I'm sure David Mulugeta, Micah Parsons' agent, was like, no, we can do better than that. And, all of these guys have also signed right now, so that's raising the price tag. So, yeah, no, we're not.
You got to talk, and now you got to talk to me, not my player.
Right. And that's what Micah – that's what everybody else – like, there are players who represent themselves. Obviously, those players, you deal with those players. But every player who has an agent, you deal with the agent. Like, Micah's asking for something ridiculous here. That's just how this works. And it's annoying. But, hey, congrats to Jerry Jones. Remember, he's a cancer survivor, Buck. We can't be too –
exactly right.
And remember, the Cowboys are, once again, the most valuable franchise in the NFL. So it's important, too.
That's news. Yeah, he'll wait till the bitter end, or it won't get done. It'll get done Monday after that game.
Dude, that's – God, Cowboys fans would lose their mind.
Would they, if that happened on the Monday afterwards?
If Micah's not playing in that first game, like you're playing your biggest rival and you're trying to like ruin their banner night, and you're up against it anyways, but you don't have your best player on the field because of your GM/owner's ineptitude, and you end up getting stomped on national television with like everyone watching because it's the only football game and it's the first football game of the season.
And you got him in your office signing them on a Monday?
Yeah, Monday people would feel a little better, but that Thursday to Monday, you better be watching out for Jerry Jones. You better hire extra security for those 4 days. That would not go too well for him. So we'll see. Cowboys, Ravens tomorrow night. The Texans will host the Panthers tomorrow night. Their first home games of the preseason for both of those teams. And, we'll see if any starters play for both squads. All right. Let's bring things back to the Texas Longhorns here, Buck. How about some player sound?
All right.
People. We've got audio from Colin Simmons and audio from CJ Baxter. Who do you want to start with?
Simmons.
All right, we'll go with the defense first. Here is Colin Simmons. We'll start with a personal one. He was asked if he is more comfortable going into his second year here at Texas.
Hella comfortable. I feel way more comfortable than I was my freshman year, especially with knowing the playbook and just, flying around out there having fun. And, that's really the main thing with me is just having fun out there. I don't want to think it's like a job or anything or like, something that I have to do. Just go out there, have fun, do what I'm supposed to do my assignment and get better as a team.
Just create havoc.
That's his job, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he said he's hella comfortable going into year two. That was at the very start of that cut. And you think about what he was able to do last year in year one, leading the Longhorns in sacks. And I can't wait to see what he does for an encore.
Oh, that dude be able to cut it loose this year.
They tried. He's like openly talked about wanting to break the Texas single season sack record. And maybe it was Chip. Someone tried to get that answer out of him again yesterday. Like, hey, how many sacks do you want to have this year? What's your goal for how many sacks? And he's like, you guys know what it is. He's like, I'm not going to say it again, but y'all know. And then Kirk Bowles is like, well, do you know what the record is? And he's like, I think it's like 22 and a half or something. And he's like, are you going to try to get it?
He knows exactly what it is.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's already said it. So they tried to get him to say it again. And obviously, the closer you are to the season, the more of a headline it's going to make. But Colin Simmons isn't shy. I mean, he's an incredibly confident kid. You see it with his play. You hear it from him when he talks. Like, he is a big believer in his own game. And yeah, him saying he feels way more comfortable now and he knows the playbook way more in his second year. I mean, that's he didn't start a game last year, Buck, and he still led Texas in sacks. That's how good this dude.
Yeah, he will be. He knows all the little nuances now after his freshman year. This guy will be something special.
Yeah.
Look out if you're a tackle on the other side or a running back that's going to get the assignment of having to help your tackle if your tackle is not very good. Look out.
Yeah, there's going to need to be some chipping from tight ends and backs against Colin Simmons this year. But it's almost pick your poison with this Texas defense because it's not just Colin Simmons that they have.
It sounds like if you're doubling one guy, you better look out for the guys inside right now too. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, you've got great talent inside. You've got, Ethan Burke and Colton Vosick on the other side, and you've got Brad Spence in that edge room as well. Anthony Hill and Trey Moore are going to be blitzing from time to time. They can just come at you in waves.
Yeah, their blitz package must be when they just let everybody just come is going to be, man, you're going to have to get rid of that ball in a hurry.
I mean, I'm hoping at points this year, and I haven't heard much about this yet. Maybe we will moving forward. Maybe Texas will keep this close to their vest and they'll use this as a secret weapon in week 1 or at some point later in the year. But could you imagine, we know how good of a pass rusher Anthony Hill is.
Yes.
Freshman year, that's kind of all he was doing coming off the edge. Can you imagine, Texas has enough depth at linebacker now with LaFau and Trey Moore there and Brad Spence playing there a little bit and Ty Anthony Smith. Do you imagine, third down and long, obvious passing situation? You've got Colin Simmons coming off one edge and Anthony Hill coming off the other edge.
And the guys and Trey Moore out there were some rest of those guys around there. I'll stick one of those linebackers over a guard and make sure that guard has to work hard.
I mean, I think Ethan Burke is big enough to where you could put him at defensive tackle on a play like that.
Sure.
We know how good of a pass rusher that dude is. So, it's an embarrassment of riches for Texas there.
Yeah, I think they can really put a lot of pressure on teams when it comes in the passing game this year. There are going to be a lot of short passes, quick drops, quick throws for teams. I think they'll have enough guys on the interior anyway to get pressure. So the guys, and they're not even they don't have to bring guys out of the secondary. They have enough pressure with the front 7.
Yeah, I think so. And Texas was 4th in the country in sacks last year. I think there's a good chance they can be 1st in the country.
Yes.
And obviously it helps when you play more games. You go on another deep playoff run that gives you a better opportunity. But like you said, with the talent that they've got there, I'm sure they'll blitz some from that third level, but they should be able to get pressure relatively consistently with just, 4 and 5 guys.
Then you got, after this first game, you got 3 games of just letting it loose and doing some crazy things where guys just are going to be better than the players that they're playing against.
Oh, no kid. Yeah, you feel for San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston. Those offensive linemen could be tough, long days for them. Here's another one from Colin Simmons. He was asked about Ethan Burke and also asked about just the rest of the Texas edge room.
First of all, I want to say that Ethan Burke looks amazing on every aspect of his game. That's not just Ethan Burke, but that's the whole edge room. I feel like we definitely enhanced our game, our play of game, our details in the little things like the eyes, the IQ of the game in total, just everything.
Yeah, I mean, they understand what their defense is all about. They understand where you're supposed to be. They got all that stuff down, and that's credit to them, and it's credit to their defensive coordinator and the defensive staff too, that these guys feel so comfortable. And that guy's
Yeah.
comfortable after year one. He's comfortable in what they do defensively. It's just not about his athletic ability. He likes what the scheme is all about.
And
Putting him
funny
in
enough,
great position.
excuse me, Buck. Funny enough, Micah Parsons was brought up during the presser yesterday because Colin Simmons was talking about him a lot. He was also talking about him putting his hand in the dirt more this year than he did last year, and that being kind of an added element to his game. And it's not just him. It sounds like all of the Texas edge rushers are spending more time with their hand in the dirt at practice, and that's something we're going to see a little bit more of this year too. So that's something that they're working on that could give a different look, I guess, for the defense this year compared to what we saw in 2024.
Ever changing. Got to change
Yeah.
it. Got to change it up.
I like that. Ever changing, ever evolving. One more from Colin Simmons. What do people not know about the Texas defense? It's an interesting question. Colin Simmons gave a pretty interesting response. Here's what he said to that.
Just how energetic we are, and how close we are as a defensive group, like as a defensive unit. We're like tighter than we could ever imagine, that anybody would ever imagine. Like, I could get on somebody, or the coach would get on somebody, and we'll lift each other right back up, and nothing would happen. We got that next play mentality, and we got that energy, we got that juice, and we brothers at the end of the day. And I just like the bond that we built as a team.
Yeah, I like the next play mentality because you always got to move on to the next play. No matter if you stuff them or not, the next play will be the important play, and then the next play will be the most important play. So you can't get too high and you can't get too low, especially on defense, because there's that thin line between, a guy on offense beating you and you making a mistake and you're out of position, but you got to go right to the next play. I like that.
Did you say we too low?
Did I say we too low? This early in the show? I don't recall saying we too low. I said you can't get too low. I didn't say we too low. I said you can't get too low and you can't get too high.
Hey, pilots, don't get too low, all right?
Please.
Something is wrong over there.
Oh,
you do that. Oh, man. Yeah, I like the next play mentality, but I also like the accountability that Colin Simmons talked about. He's like, someone can screw up, we're going to get on them, but then we're going to lift them right back up the next play. Like,
absolutely.
We talk about it all the time. I mean, the best locker rooms are player-led locker rooms. So, of course, the coaches have to do their job. They got to coach, and they got to hold guys accountable. But the best teams have players hold each other accountable and it not be annoying. Guys not get pissed off about it, like, because everyone else is doing their job and they realize they're just trying to make everybody better so the whole team is better. So when you get to that point where, everyone's so close and they get along so well to where it's, you can't call your brother out from time to time for screwing up or not bringing the juice or this, that, or the other, and it's perfectly fine. Like, that's what I like to hear right there.
Yeah, I think this group is going to be, they will have so much pressure, and I think I'm to that point now where I believe this is the real deal now when it comes to defense. It's just you're just going to change pieces every year. Guys will go on, but the pieces will change, but the scheme will be the same and everybody will understand the scheme.
This is a special year for the defense. Like, I know you lost some great players from last year, but you just think about, like, all of the talent. I mean, Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill and Michael Taff and Manny Muhammad and Trey Moore, like, those guys are special. And Colin Simmons has to come back. He's only a sophomore, but those other four guys could all be gone after this year. I mean, there's a number of other names too that are just really good players. Like you said,
it helps BK, it helps you know how to win. You know how to win. They're
going to reload. They're going to reload every year, like you said. I mean, they recruit incredibly well. They just brought in the #1 class, so you'll start to see more of those guys have bigger roles in 2026. But, like, dude, people are talking about this being the best defense in college football, and I think that's warranted. There's so much talent, and not only college talent, but guys who are going to be terrorizing the NFL in the future on that side of the ball, to where it's like, you don't want to waste it, man. I mean, it's like they've been close the last couple of years. I'm not saying they've wasted their last two defenses by any stretch, but, like, you feel like you've got a national championship worthy defense this year, and you want to take advantage of that.
Yep, you got a gauntlet of a group to go through every week. Like I said, even the bad ones in the SEC are pretty good. They've got a couple players that can give you problems. So you got to take care of your conference. You got to take care of your your home turf. They've been very good at that. You know, they play these 11 o'clock games. They've got a method to the madness of being up and ready to go at 11 a.m., which has been very important. And now you got depth. You got depth all over the field. You know, you got depth at punter because you got 6 of them. So
don't forget when Texas beats up on all these SEC teams, it's the SEC actually sucks, and you're playing a bunch of weak teams, and you know your schedule's soft. Remember how that works. Don't forget that's going to happen again this year.
Yeah, it just started to happen in the SEC. They just started to get weak now.
For years, Texas fans, all we heard was that every team in the SEC is really good, and every week's going to be tough, and even our bad teams are better than the good teams in the Big 12. All of a sudden, Texas goes in there and starts beating up on these teams, and it's like, well, you're playing a bunch of nobodies. So
you know how bad Mississippi State was in Florida. They're no good.
Keep moving those goalposts. Your arms have to be getting tired at some point from all that goalpost moving, SEC fans, but keep doing it. It's hilarious for us to see.
Yeah, but as you said, this is your opportunity over the next couple of years to really, you know, you've gone to 2 semifinals. It's time to get into the championship game. It's time to win the championship. You know, you waited a while in the Big 12. You go walking in this, you go kicking the door down. Now you really got to continue. You got to be good. You can't go in there and kick it down and then help them build it back up. You know, so this is the time to do it.
It is. Hiring is hot. Preseason #1 for the first time in school history. It's you're the co-favorite right now to win the national championship in the eyes of the folks in Vegas. So it's time right now.
That's what I said. The offense is the group that's going to have some success over this week coming up in their second scrimmage. You're going to have to hear some good things about them. Can't be all about the defense and how great the defense is. You know, your offensive players hear everything that's said too. They want to know that, damn, didn't we do okay against them? They're pretty good. They're all this, but we did this to them. You know, in this scrimmage, it's time for them to have some success. And they'll get it. They'll get it. Believe me, the head coach will be talking about the offense after this scrimmage coming up. He's going to make sure that what he's doing and his side of the ball get their recognition. And even if it's just a head game that they need to play, they're going to get that. They're going to get their guys in a positive frame.
Yeah, it sounds like tomorrow's scrimmage will more closely resemble an actual game. Like last week, still a scrimmage. You had some game-like things in it, but it kind of felt more like an exercise. This one's going to be closer to an actual game-like setting.
Sure.
They're just playing football, and we'll see how it goes. So, yeah, I think you're probably right. I think come Monday we'll be talking about insider practice reports that the offense has caught up and they've taken big strides, and now they're looking really good, and here's a bunch of players who stood out and all of those things. So,
yeah, I would say this is the week to look for it.
And we just passed the midway point of camp too. Like I think camp started 17 days ago, and we are 15 days away from the Ohio State game. So we're kind of just past 50%. So here's where, I think you'll start to.
Yeah, I just said I've never been on an offensive staff where we kick the crap out of the defense early in the summertime. Now we do things in the spring. As the spring goes on, it's okay. But I've never been with a group defense generally in the summertime, they're just ready to go. I mean, they just act like a bunch of crazy dogs. You know, whether they're using the right schemes and technique or whatever, they just knock the shit out of the offense. But I've never been on the staff either that, you know, where I was at Boston College, where I was at Texas or Illinois, that the offensive guy, John Malkovich, didn't make it look like, oh, no, offensively, you're not going to do that. You're not going to be talking about defense all summer long. You're going to be talking about us too. And we're going to design some things that make us look good.
Funnel Cloud asked, are the practices open to the public? They are not.
No.
That is something I would like to see changed as college football moves more towards an NFL model. Cowboys fans could go watch the Cowboys do training camp in Oxnard. Texans fans can go to Houston and watch the Texans do training camp down there. It's not every practice, but they open a lot of it to the public. That would be nice since they, took away the spring game from us.
Oh, they didn't have a spring game? There was no spring game this year, was there?
Yeah, I think people would feel better about the offense if we saw them look really good in the spring game. I know that'd be a few months ago, and you still want to hear good things about them in fall camp before the first actual game. But, we don't have that. We don't have that we can reference right now. So
yeah, I'd always liked opening. I mean, I like open practices. I did, but now, with the advent of these cell phones and all this recording, it's, they want to pretend like they want to keep gamblers away. They don't want to give up secrets of injuries, or it's not so much of the plays. I mean, it's not about the plays. It's about injury reports. It's about certain individuals. People get online and start talking about a guy that they thought had a really bad day. They start hammering in on a, and your coach doesn't want to hear that crap. That's why they keep you away.
Remember,
He
they're
wants to be
student athletes.
He wants to be the judge of how his team played and his individual players. He doesn't want you sending out on X and everything else.
Student athletes, Buck. They can hide behind that in a couple of different ways.
Oh, they'll be student athletes very soon because classes will start and they'll have to go to school. Unlike you don't.
I need a scouting report. I need a school scouting report from you every single week since you're so excited about these kids returning to class. I need attendance reports. I need.
I'll let you know how many times. I'll let you know if Manny Muhammad missed class after the first game because he got banged up. No, if he gets banged up, he'll be there sitting in the front row.
I need those reports from you. I need you on campus going into these classrooms to let us know what's going on there. All right.
Okay, we can always get one of the advisors there to come on with us some morning and talk about the academics and what these guys have to go through in order to stay eligible.
Right there. That is unique right there. I don't know if any other podcast or radio show has ever talked to the academic advisor before.
Well, let's get that done. Let's get that done. We'll get maybe not at game week. We got other things at game week. But if we can get the advisor near around, we should talk to them and see what do they do. I mean, the basketball team, has to travel to places. I think some of these people go on road trips with them. I can't imagine being in my hotel room doing academics if I get a game. Now, maybe we don't need to talk to them.
All right. You talked yourself out of that one pretty quickly, huh?
Yeah, that's
it. All right. Well, we'll play some sound from CJ Baxter in a moment as we flip over to the offensive side of the football. Some great quotes from CJ Baxter here. But before we get to that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Hello, our folks over and friends over at the Relax the Back store, folks. My back couldn't be happier. I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair after an afternoon of using the wheelbarrow, old man. I'm in my Relax the Back chair. I used my vibrating ball yesterday on my back, and it feels pretty good this morning. But what really makes my back feel good is this chair from Relax the Back, this office chair that I've been in for over 20 years. This thing is absolutely fantastic. Great support for my thoracic area, which I had major surgery on a long time ago, but it still tends to be a little bit sore. But at Relax the Back, folks, they will help you in any way you have. If you're bad shoulder, bad neck, bad lumbar area, hips, you name it, they've got something just for you, an accessory that's going to make you feel good. Unbelievable massage chairs, zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, and Tempur-Pedic pillows. It could be just your pillow that's screwing your night's sleep up. And they've got that at Relax the Back. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods in the North Austin, at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also, a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, no better place to go than Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. Why, you ask? Well, they've got the best selection in the city. How about 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs? That's right. It's 3 dealerships all on one lot featuring 7 different brands. They've got a ridiculous used car selection as well. Telling you, 42 acres of vehicles, so there is something for you. You can also shop online at covertbcave.com. If you don't want to head out there, you can see their giant inventory from the comfort of your couch. The people there are great. Go say hi to Dan Covert and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Ron and Cam, the whole squad. Great people. They'll treat you like family, the way the Covert Auto Group has been doing for more than 100 years here in the Austin area. Their service department is spectacular as well. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever, folks.
Not ever. Shout out to the Coverts.
If you want to go have a great lunch, head on over to the League Kitchen and Tavern with their 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch every day. Local produce, too, over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. How about a pulled pork slider, Hawaiian wings, teriyaki glaze, pork chops? My favorite, of course, is the Cobb salad. Love their Cobb salad. And all-day breakfast. Maybe I'll hit the all-day breakfast today. You know what I'm saying? That sounds good. A little bacon and eggs in the afternoon won't bother me. And happy hour from 3 to 6 daily at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Yesterday was prime to wine. On Thursdays, prime to wine, prime rib, and half-price bottles of wine. Love the folks at the League Kitchen and Tavern. If you want pizza, head on over to Tony C's this evening. Hey, maybe first week of school for some kids, take them to get yourself a little pizza pie over at Tony C's. The one in, of course, right there in Bee Caves has been there for 15 years. And if you want a great Italian meal, Ciola family recipes, head on over to, of course, Tony C's Pizza, Highway 79 Round Rock, right beside the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane, of course, and Bee Caves. I love Tony C's Pizza. 2 for $1 on Tuesdays and Unwind Wednesdays, half-price bottles of wine at Tony C's.
Yeah, speaking of fresh produce.
Yeah, man, the classic. The classic. Should have had one when I was outside getting my exercise yesterday. I did not have that. I just drank H2O, and I've got a couple of those bad boys in the freezer. I need to go get my grape and have that today. I'm going to be outside again today.
Put them in the freezer?
I put them in the freezer. I want them iced down because you know what? They don't do all that fizzing. You know, you can take those in the freezer. They're not going to pop and explode on you, as a matter of fact.
I've never tried it. I've always been a fridge guy with the soft drinks. But
there you go.
Hey, the beauty of OLIPOP, this tastes like a soda because it is a soda, but it's actually good for you as well. I've got the classic grape this morning, but they've got 19 different flavors for you to choose from. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. There's ingredients in there that support good digestive health. So you're supporting your taste buds when you enjoy OLIPOP, but you're also supporting your gut as well. Pick some up the next time you're at the grocery store. It is OLIPOP. All right, a little bit of sound.
Somebody asked me what do I remember about when I played football against Texas when I was at Boston College twice. Once I remember Raymond Claiborne when they used to do the old whoop-de-doo kickoff return where the guy would get the ball and turn his back to the defenders and guys would do all this crossing and stuff, and he'd fake this handoff and this handoff. And if your guys are out of the lane and they handed it off to Raymond Claiborne, and he came down our sideline, and I was standing there on the sideline, and I could just feel the breeze when that dude went by. There was nobody within 20 yards of that guy for a touchdown. He was so big and so freaking fast. And I do remember when we won 14-13 and Russell Erxleben had a chance to kick the winning field goal, BK. It must have been like 70 yards. And he missed it. It was wide. It was long enough. We had like high school bleachers. It went over Elmer Roman to the intramural area. And I was like, oh my God. It was wide. It wasn't that it wasn't long enough. It was just wide. And every time
there's no way they attempted a 70-yard field goal back.
That dude and he was a straight-on kicker. There was no sidewinder. He was big toe Erxleben. It was unbelievable. That thing was so high and so long. I'm like, we're going to get beat on like a 70-yarder. He missed it. And then, of course, when I came to Texas, Coach Royal would always tell me, he said, Bucky, my coaches blew that game at BC. I said, Coach, I knew it couldn't have been you. It had to be them.
Yeah.
It's never the coach.
Never the head coach's fault, right? It's always somebody else.
And then we came back here and played, and the game was supposed to be a night game, and Coach Royal changed the game to like 3 p.m, dude. Ooh. And our kids, they had the track, our shoes, that AstroTurf that they had at the University of Texas, the shoes were melting. The bottom, some of the soles on the side, it got so hot, it was melting. We had like 8 guys that didn't come back out in the second half. It was like 55 to, I think it may have been 55 to 7 or 6 or nothing. And dude, he just poured it on. He changed that time. So, because we played in the evening and I guess it was late September, October. And in New England, it was cool. Our guys were out there in short sleeve shirts and stuff. And the kids from Texas had these long sleeve shirts on when they came here. It was it was cool to them. But, boy, when they got us back here, Coach Riddle changed the time, and they killed us. I mean, it was murder. I remember being on the bus and looking over. I tell you a story. I looked over, and I saw the baseball field. I thought that was the stadium.
Mm.
I mean, it looked – we came on I-35, and I looked over to the left. I'm like, oh, man, look at that thing. Isn't that a beauty? And then you look to the right, I'm like, my God, it's the Coliseum. It's a Roman. We're about to go in there with the Lions. They crushed us.
Oh, man. So somehow I was able to find the box score.
1 year Earl was hurt. 1 year Earl did not play because he had a hamstring pull.
Was that the game y'all won?
I think that was the game we won, yes.
Okay, so here's the box score. Texas at Boston College, September 11th, 1976. Never forget. Looks like Russell Erxleben had his Bert Auburn moment in that game.
Yeah, he was not good.
It says he went 0 for 3 on field goal attempts, and Texas lost by 1 point.
Yes.
Way to go, Russ. Maybe give out some more financial advice.
One pass for me, and I was out of the game. A guy hit me in the knee.
You got hurt, huh?
Yeah, and the next time a guy hit me in the knee again the following year when we played Texas, the other knee, and I had a carry where I didn't get hurt, but the first pass I caught was a slant, and the guy came right at my knees. And we kind of found out later who the dude was, and that was cheap. If you ever saw it on the YouTube deal where he hit me right at the knee.
Doesn't sound cheap. Sounds like your knee was in the wrong place.
Come on, man. It was in the wrong place after he hit me.
Yeah, yeah. Move your knee, then that wouldn't have happened. Right.
No
there.
surgeries back. No surgeries back in those days, brother.
Russell Erxleben missed a 49-yarder, a 35-yarder, and a 53-yarder. So
that was the
I guess
the 53-yarder was the one at the end.
The kick that you have coined a 70-yarder was actually 53 yards, which
that's close. It's not far. It's not far off. Back in those days in the 70s, guys kicking 50-yarders.
Right. No, I get it. I get it. It was a far kick, but it's 53 yards, not 70 yards.
You think Bert Auburn would have hit that?
No, I don't think so. I think Bert Auburn also would have gone 0 for 3 in this game. I mean, come on. I'd have been so pissed if we had this show back then. I would be dogging that dude. Hey, stick money advice, Russ. Quit kicking.
Oh.
Come on, man. All right.
They were good, boy. They had really some. Boy, the little Boston College guys trying to stop that wishbone was unbelievable. And it was even worse back here because every time they handed it off, somebody was going to the house. Little Boston College guys never saw that kind of speed from a team ever.
DKR had revenge on his mind, it sounds like.
Yes, he did.
Day.
He did.
He got it for sure.
What was that? Did you see the score of that game? The next time it was I right in the 50s? Was the score in the 50s? I know it was 44-0 in Austin. Yow.
44-0. Yep. So BC got the win 14-13 in Chestnut Hill, and Texas responded the following season with a 44-0 shutout.
Wow.
In Austin. So nice job. You played 2 plays in those games. Way to go, sir.
Dude, I got hammered. Same stupid play.
You got creamed. You hate that. All right, back to the current team, unless you have any more thoughts or stories from
I have no
games.
Stories of yesteryear.
Okay. Hey, we always love them. People always love hearing them. How about some sound from C.J. Baxter? Speaking of injuries, a guy obviously coming off of a very serious knee injury that he suffered in fall camp. I love listening to C.J. Baxter talk, man. He's just incredibly eloquent, and he gives long, thoughtful answers, and a few of these were pretty good yesterday. So we've got a few different cuts I want to play here. But this one right off the bat, C.J. Baxter was asked with the very first question, are you 100%?
Yeah, I feel great. One day at a time is the big saying I like to say every day, just one day at a time. Coach Sark, the training staff, they wouldn't put me in if I wasn't ready to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be out there if he wasn't ready. So there's no reason to go out there half-stepping. You got to feel pretty good about it, especially going against those kind of athletes. You want to go out there and be a step too slow. So obviously he's pretty close to 100% ready to go, unless he is 100%. I mean, it sounds like he feels like he's 100% right now.
Right. And he's been out there, not wearing any green non-contact jerseys. He was one of the standout performers from scrimmage number 1. He was the first guy that Coach Sark mentioned in his Monday press conference when he was asked for standout players from that scrimmage. And CJ Baxter was the first name he brought up. So the insider reports, the coaches, the other players, everyone's been praising CJ Baxter. And yeah, he wouldn't be out there if he wasn't pretty much good to go. And it sounds like he is pretty much good to go. So here's one more here from CJ Baxter about goals for the first game, 15 days away from Texas, Ohio State. What are you looking to accomplish in that one?
Man, I'm grateful, dog. I'm grateful to be back on the field. One play at a time, one game at a time, one day at a time, one meeting at a time, whatever. Everything is at a time. I'm just grateful to, be out there. I do get on the field. I'm going to definitely make my plays and my number is called. It's a long season, a very long season. Coach Sark, the trainers, the training staff, the trainers, they're going to do a great job of, making sure I'm ready to go when it is time.
Yeah, that guy just wants to survive. That's what he's trying to say. When I get out there, I just need to survive, so I'm ready for the next time we play. I want to make sure that I play. I just want to cut loose and feel comfortable that my knee will hold up and that the training staff has done a good job, that I've done all the training that I need to do, and they're not going to put me in a situation I'm not ready for. I'll be able to tell by the way he runs in the first game if he's ready to go and how he's going to do. But there's a build up to it. There's still that little hesitant part about you when you get out there, for a game, for a real live game, not against your teammates, but in a game, and how you're going to react and how that knee is going to react, And obviously he's been out there running around and he hadn't had a bunch of swelling, but he's been going practice to practice. It sounds like. I don't think he missed it. They haven't said anything about him missing a practice due to soreness. So
no.
He's ready to go, but he just wants to survive.
Yeah, well, a lot of it's mental coming back from an injury like that. And, CJ Baxter got hurt during fall camp, right? He didn't get hurt during a game. So I'm sure there was maybe some nervousness coming back to practice, right? It's like, oh, I'm back on the same field where I got hurt last year, and it's basically the same time of the year. And, for some guys, it's probably a scary thought, and you get some flashbacks that you don't want to have. It sounds like, maybe CJ Baxter had those, but they haven't held him back on anything because he's been all systems go. So, we'll all see.
He's confident in his knee, and his knee is holding up right now. Like I said, once he takes the brace off and he's just there in his sleeve, now he's really back. Because you can get that, you can wear that brace, and some guys look different. They all look different to me once they have a brace on their knee. It's not quite the same, but once they get in the sleeve, it's like it's all go now. And he'll get to the point where he won't have anything but a sleeve on. I don't know if he's at that point now. He's still wearing a brace, isn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah, they're not going to let him go out there. When the game time comes, he may say, I'm ready. Or, game week, he'll just get in that sleeve and just kind of move around. And I don't know. I remember the Penn State running back that I saw play the whole time. Well, back in the days when Blair something, what was it, the running back? That Penn State, he wore a knee brace, and he wore it his entire career once he got his knee hurt. I forget it, something Blair it was at Penn State. He was a great running back. But he looked the same with the knee brace on as he did when he first came out. But not a lot of guys look the same with the knee brace. It's hard too,
Yeah.
It's a brace, and you're not a lineman.
Yeah, it feels pretty restrictive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You're trying to move and cut, and it feels like that's going to slow you down a lot.
Braces they're made a little bit different in these days than they were 20-some years ago.
That's true. That is definitely true. Another one from CJ Baxter here. He was asked, where do you think you're better this year than you were going into last year?
I definitely think I'm smarter. Me being around the team was big because I don't think I didn't play last year physically, but I think I got very, became a real student of the game because in practices I would have a script. I would be behind the line of scrimmage, looking at the whole field. During games, Coach Choice and the running backs, they will let me get the iPad, and they will let me be like, hey, what did you see, things like that. And I think that's helped me a lot because now when I'm on the field, it's like, this the play call. I know what I got to do, execute it. So I think I'm ready to go.
it's kind of neat when you can take a look and just look at what's happening in front of you and not have to actually do it yourself. It's, where the point of attack is, where you're going to get the ball, and what happens in front of you there is kind of cool. But even better than that is when you're not playing, you get to watch the whole offensive line. You can see what's going on the backside. Coaches can tell you this is where this guy's cutting this guy off. So if there's a cutback lane, you can go here. But when you see it for yourself over and over, it's got to be that's pretty astute of him to do that, to hang back there with that pad and work the whole thing, not just where the play is going to go, but what happens on the backside and everything else. Because we'll talk about what happens on the backside, but when you can get a chance to see it over and over again, it really makes it pretty easy for you. It's going to be interesting in how he plays. Like I said, I'll be able to tell in game one when he gets in if he's a little hesitant or if that guy's ready to go.
Yeah, I think he's going to play a good amount in game one. At least that's the plan, right? Maybe he goes out there and he looks a little hesitant and the coaching staff notices that and they're like, all right, we got to bring somebody else out there instead.
Sure.
I think the game plan, if Baxter continues to practice the way he's been practicing, I think the game plan will be for him to be the second running back for Texas. And I would expect him to get like 8 to 10 carries in that game if you asked me right now. So hopefully those are good. But obviously, if he doesn't look good, then, well, the good news is you've got Christian Clark, you've got Jarrett Gibson. Obviously, you've got Trey Wisner there too, who will probably lead Texas in rushing in that one. You've got some other options you can turn to if things aren't quite where they need to be.
Yeah, plus that 230. If he's 230 now, man.
Yeah.
That's quite the thumper in those goal line short yardage deals with him.
For sure. You need to be better at that this year, no question. And this might be an apples to oranges thing, but going back to, what CJ Baxter just said, like you think about quarterbacks when they go from college to the NFL and how you always hear people say, well, you want the quarterback to sit for a year or at least for a couple of games so we can just like learn the speed of the game and just kind of observe from the sideline and watch how it works. Like, that's kind of what CJ Baxter had last year, because he didn't really have that going from high school to college because he was a starter in his first college football game.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He played right away. He was just thrown right into the fire.
So he didn't have that opportunity. Obviously, in practice and camp, you got to see it, but he didn't have those in-game moments where it's like, okay, you can wait your turn and kind of learn and see what things are like. You said he was just thrown right into the fire. So, last year was kind of his first time at Texas where he could actually just sort of observe the game and, okay, here's how this works. Here's what I would do here. Here's what I need to do here. And I think it makes sense that CJ said that, and hopefully it pays off for him.
Yeah, I'm interested in how he comes out of the backfield as a pass receiver. That's going to be the thing if you're going against a second safety or you're going against a speed linebacker that can run with you, how he reacts to that. How is he going to catch the ball? I thought he caught the ball okay his freshman year. I just know he was a lot faster than I thought he was. I saw him pull away from people. He made enough people miss. He's hard to tackle. So just if he's still elusive coming off this knee, that'll be important. But he's also bigger.
Pulling up CJ Baxter's stats from his freshman year in 2023, 24 catches for 156 yards in his first year. Of course, last year, Texas had 2 tailbacks with more than 40 receptions with Jaden Blue and Quintravian Wisner. So, yeah, we know that's a big part of the Sark offense, and hopefully CJ Baxter is able to have that element to his game back as well.
And he's had decent hands as a freshman. It wasn't, he wasn't great, but he had decent enough hands. He can catch a screen.
Yeah, I think so. Seems like he was fine out of the backfield. I don't think he's going to be Jaden Blue running routes
I
out there.
I don't either. I don't think. I would hope Trey Wisner would start to get close to that, a little close to him. Maybe. I mean, I like the way Wisner runs the ball. I'm fine with him not being the great pass catcher, but he can catch a screen and he can go one-on-one versus a linebacker, without having to change it up. I hope he just gets better at that part of the game.
Yeah, me too. All right, last one here from CJ Baxter. He was asked about Chad Scott, the new running backs coach at Texas. Here's CJ Baxter talking about his new position coach.
He's a great guy. He actually recruited me. He was my third ever offer in high school, so we kind of already knew each other. He's from Florida, so when he got the job, one of my uncles that's close to him reached out. He was like, he's a great guy. When Coach Choice left, it was hard on me. I'm not, he was a big part of me coming here, but Coach Scott came in and he's a great coach. Like, I'm not just saying that because he's my coach. He's a great developer. The stuff he's taught me, taught us, the room, is amazing. Like he actually make the game slow down even more for me.
Get that game to slow down so that you
Feels
can
like
understand it. Yeah, important.
And for us, like the fans who just watch, it's like, all right, well, we'll see what the running backs look like. We know how good they were under Chashard Choice. So how did they look under Chad Scott? But it's good to hear good things from the guys in that room. CJ Baxter calling Chad Scott a great guy, but also saying, yeah, he makes the game slow down for him even more. So hopefully that turns into some success this year.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, they've got a whole group of really, really good coaches that they can lean on, and these players they do lean on the coach, and at that position, it's it's a lot about your natural ability. But as you said, if the coach can help you slow the game down a little bit, that means a lot, because you got a lot of duties as a running back. Just not only carrying the ball, it's not just turn around and hand it off like it used to be. I mean, you got blitz pickup, you got run game, you got run stuff that you have to do that certain guys just aren't good at it. They don't want to be good at it. They want to just carry the ball. But there's other duties that you have to carry out, You got a job to do when you don't have the ball too.
You say duties?
Yeah. Oh.
What are you talking about his duties, dude?
There are things that you have to do when you're not carrying the ball as a running back too.
You got to go to the
You
bathroom.
got to carry out fakes. You got to do all that stuff. Some guys will take 2 steps and say, okay, how's that for a fake? No, that ain't any good. That sucks.
I'm not selling that one. Yeah.
No, you're not selling anybody on that.
I'm putting you on the spot here. So CJ Baxter, as a freshman, ran for 659 yards. I give you that number, say over under 659 rushing yards for CJ Baxter in 2025.
I'll
give you some context here. Last year, Trey Wisner led Texas with 1,064 rushing yards. Jaden Blue had 730 rushing yards. So last year, Texas had 2 runners with over that 659 number.
I would say in the 600 area is okay.
That didn't answer the question. Come on.
Can you give me an over and under on that?
Over under 659, not in the 600 area. You got to.
Okay. I'm going to say under.
All right. I'll go over. I'm excited with what CJ Baxter is going to do. And we know this coaching staff loves him. And I think we'll get over 700 this year.
I'm going to love that starter for about 1,400. That's what I'm going to do.
Now, where do I sign for that?
There you go.
That would be fantastic if Trey Wisner can get almost 400 more yards than last season.
Yeah,
he'd be in the conversation for like SEC Offensive Player of the Year if he's running for 1,400. I'd love that.
Yeah, I mean, he was such a surprise last year, which tells me he's a smart guy. He understands what's going on out there. And now another year under his belt, a second year as the ball carrier, the main guy.
Mm-hmm.
All depends on that offensive line. It's not always about him. It's about how they are in that offensive line.
Right. Sounds like Wisner's done everything right. Put on a few pounds, and he's been getting rave reviews throughout the course of this offseason. So he's trying to get better. I mean, look, this could be a contract year for both of those guys. Like Wisner and Baxter are going into year 3. They were in the same recruiting class together.
Yes.
They're draft eligible after this season. So if either or both of them put it together and have amazing years, then they could be gone. Now, they could come back, of course. Wouldn't hate it if they did, but that's what those guys are thinking about right now is, their goal was not to just be great at Texas. Their goal was to play on Sundays, and they've got an opportunity with a great year to get there next season.
It's true.
So we'll see. That's motivation. That's good motivation for a lot of guys, and obviously that can benefit the college team too if these guys are willing to put in the extra work to get that NFL money. So
yeah, I'm loving to give a guy a blow here and there, but if I got a hot hand at running back, I'm not worried about the guy that you as a freshman coming off a knee. I mean, if Trey Wisner just needs a blow for a series, good. But then I look at him and say to him, "Are you ready to go again?" He says, "Yes." Get back in there.
He's your guy.
I'm not trying to share carries and and worry about a guy getting 600-700 yards. And I've been in a room. I had a 2,000-yard rushers at Texas in 1 year. So, and then I still had Priest Holmes still in that offense, along with two guys that rushed for 1,000, Ricky and Sean Mitchell. And that gets to be hard. That really if you're starting to count carries and starting to count yardage for your guys, that's hard for a coach. And believe me, those guys know how much yards they have. If you got a room full of talented running backs, that's not easy. That's not an easy thing to manage. Those egos in there are ridiculous.
So how do you manage that? How did you manage that?
Because I'm the boss. But the egos of wide receivers are worse, but the running backs are right in there with them when it comes to carries. When do I carry? Hey, I just carried this ball all the way down the field. I'm not going to get the score. I mean, there were tons of times where Ricky carried the ball down the field and Priest Holmes got the ball at the 3. And things like that. Or Sean Mitchell would make some long run for 40 yards, and then I'd take him out, and his friends would be on the sideline talking to me. In the University of Houston, when we played University of Houston, he had 2 of his boys on the sideline when I took him out of the game, tapping me on the shoulder going, hey, is Sean getting back in there? And I turned around like, what? What are you doing?
Who are these guys, like walk-ons?
No, they came out of the stands. They had street clothes on.
They jumped onto the field?
I don't know how they got there, but they would say, Coach, is Sean done for the day? I'm like, yeah, he's done. Is he going to get back in the game? I mean, I had times where dudes, I was getting a play from Makovic, and Sean Mitchell was running onto the field with the play. I didn't even tell him to go in. I mean, Ricky would be in the game or Priest would be in the game, and Sean was like headed to the huddle with the play. I'm like, no, it's not for you, dude. It would be a play that he would be running. And he was, I mean, it was nuts, man. That place was crazy. That guy was a lunatic. Austin's own lunatic.
He would run out
and
there
I had to put up with his uncles and nephews on the sideline. I'm like, damn.
The hometown kid. He always has the extra family at the game.
How the hell did they get on the sideline at the Houston game? He was done for the day, and they were asking me, is he done for the day? And this guy in street clothes with a cap on, I'm like, yeah. Like, what are you doing down here?
Was that Hoffman's Stadium back in
No, that was in the Dome. That was in the Dome.
The Astrodome?
Yes.
Oh, man.
That was the only time I'd ever been in the Astrodome. Yeah, that game was in the Astrodome.
Okay.
And then, of course, the Ricky's mom, Ricky, can I go sit up there with my mom? She's right there. I'm like, at Hawaii. His first game as a college player. And I'm like, no, you can't sit there. He goes, dude, the game we're killing them. There's like 4 minutes left in the game. I'm not going to see see your mom after the game. You're going to see it at the locker room. Sandy, she could get into a damn locker room if she wanted to, but he wanted to go sit actually in the stands. I'm like, take your helmet off and sit there in the stands. I'm like, no, you can't do that. And he was really serious.
You had a chance to make history with that. Like, if you said yes and the cameras caught Ricky Williams in full uniform sitting
with his mother,
with his mom, like that'd be one of the most viral. Obviously, that was before viral was a thing, but that would be shown and talked about all the time by college football fans everywhere.
Yeah, but I act like I was like a calm. No, you can't do that. No, that was like me losing my mind, spit flying everywhere. This is his first game, his first college game. And I'm screaming at him on the side. And we're killing it. He's having a great game. And we're killing Hawaii. And I'm screaming at Ricky on the sideline about, no, you can't go. You're never going to be able to go sit with your mom. That's never going to happen. So not in this game, not in a game 2 years from now. As long as I'm here, that's never going to happen. You're never going to go sit with your mom or your mom's friend or anybody in the stands when everybody else is down on the field.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen before in football, where like a player in full uniform will go hang out with people in the crowd during the game.
Well, first of all, you never think anybody would be serious to ask a dumbass question like that.
Right, exactly. Like that's such an absurd thought. That's one of my favorite. That
was him.
Yeah, he's one of a kind dude, man. Always has been.
That was him, and that was the Priest Holmes where he would say to me, he goes, "When are you going to quit treating that guy like a baby?" I said, probably never. He's always going to be a baby, Priest. He goes, let that guy grow up. And I'm like, no, let him just score touchdowns. We don't need to let him grow up.
It sounds like you were hard on him when you told him you couldn't sit with his mom in the stands. That was a disciplinary moment right there. You weren't babying him there.
Yeah, he had funny things, man. He came and we had a kid who was another fullback, didn't play very much, had the number 34. And I said, well, what number do you want? I said, you were 34 in high school. You want 34? He goes, yeah, but what's his name? Where's that number? I'm like, I'll snatch that shit right off of his back right now if you want it. And he said, no, I don't want to do that. I'm like, really? He said, what number did you wear? I said, well, I wore number 11. He goes, okay, you know what? I'll wear number 11 since you couldn't make it famous. I'll make number 11 famous here. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And he wore number 11.
That's some incredible confidence right there. And you got to have some balls to say that to your coach too.
He said, you didn't make it famous. I'll make it famous.
I'll make it more famous than you ever could, Coach.
Oh yeah. Well, when he came to Texas, when we went to meet Earl for the first time, when Earl had an office on 6th Street, Ricky, I said, so what are you doing, Ricky? What are you coming to Texas? Why are you coming to Texas? He said, I'm coming to win the Heisman Trophy. I said, what about graduating? He said, I'm coming to win the Heisman Trophy. I said, it'd be nice if he graduated, which he did when he's like 46 or whatever. But he never said anything about graduation. He said, I'm coming to win the Heisman Trophy. I said, okay. And I giggled at him on his recruiting trip. I kind of
he was right.
And he was right. I just kind of looked at him like, yeah, okay.
He ended up graduating, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So he did both. Good for him.
Yeah. I think he was like in his 40s when he got his degree.
Yeah. I knew it was after the fact. I couldn't
but
remember.
He did. He got it.
That's great, man.
He's a real student. That guy was a character.
Real student athlete, Ricky Williams.
That's right, kids. Remember that. He got his degree.
And
he wanted to go sit with his mother.
Hey, man. Guy loves his mom. Can't fault him for that, can we?
I guess.
You can wait like 30 minutes and then you can go sit with your mom and make some more sense. But you could have been viral. That could have been your famous moment right there. Just letting Ricky sit in the stands with his mom during the game in a full jersey. That would have been glorious.
Yeah, people ask me about Ricky and his pot habits. Never seen Ricky Williams high in my life. Ever. I know, and believe me, folks, I know high when I see it.
Come on.
Never, ever have I ever seen him.
Come on.
Nope. Dude, I spent time at his apartment downtown and stuff. And I've seen grow lights in his closet and him trying to grow. He tried to get me to, the one year he tried to get me to take his plants out to my house at Circle C and keep them for him. He goes, I get a little nervous with these plants. They're in a closet and he had these massive lights. I mean, you open up the door, it was like, holy shit, you're going to burn down these apartment buildings down here. He said, hey man, he said, you like to garden. He goes, can you put these in the garden? I'm like, no, I'm taking these things and put them in the damn garden for you.
No way. Ricky Williams tried to get you to grow weed?
Dude, he had grow lights in his apartment downtown. He stayed at the railroad, some pink buildings down there. I went down there. This was his last year. This was his Heisman year. This is when the guy when I went to his apartment, and he was a slob. But I went to his apartment, and I found like a $10,000 check in the couch that he hadn't cashed for some signing. He had like 8 or 9 different kind of watches, Rolexes, and things like that people had given him. He had all shoes, and he and I were the same size. I did get myself a pair of his nice leather shoes.
There you go.
The guy had checks over the top of the refrigerator, $10,000, $20,000 checks. Never cash. Never got cash.
What a missed opportunity by you to not help Ricky grow. Come on, man.
Bro, I wasn't going to take his weed and take it to Circle C. Are you kidding me?
You got to help him out. That's your player, all right? That's your best player. You got to give him that superstar treatment right there.
No. Dude, he's lucky to burn. I've never seen any lights. I've never seen lamps like that. I've seen some guys try some little lamps like this. This dude, it was like an airport. It was all lit up. I'm like, what in the hell? Little old
That's
little old plants like this, BK. Little old skinny things that weren't going to be anything,
had the chance to be a good friend, and you bailed on
Nope.
him.
Never seen. He's never been high in my presence.
There's
He's had
no
enough
way.
Yes,
There's
he's
no
never.
way.
He's had enough respect for me that he would never do that.
I don't think it's a respect thing. I don't think it's disrespectful if he did that. I just have a hard time believing that. One of the interviews, one of the times we talked to him in person over the last few years, you don't think he's been high for any of those?
I don't know. I mean, I can't tell, the times that but I just know if I see him face to face if I saw him face to face, his eyes weren't all red. He didn't smell high, didn't smell weed on him. I never smelled weed on him. Hell, I used to drive his car around, his BMW. It didn't smell like weed, although the one time I was driving his car, I did see Bigfoot when I was driving his car, yes.
Where?
Near Mancheck. I thought I saw Bigfoot go between two houses, yes.
Just in a neighborhood?
In a neighborhood, yes.
You just
and I was in his Beamer.
So you were probably secondhand high from being in Ricky Williams' car.
It's the weirdest thing. Almost as weird as me finding the clicker to the deal. That was one of my weird moments. Yes. That thing was big, man. It wasn't a big man. I don't know, just going through a neighborhood near Mancheck.
Just walking around?
Just walking through, went through somebody's backyard.
What do he look like?
It was huge and hairy as can be.
He wasn't holding anything? He was just strolling?
Just strolling, just going through the yard.
And you didn't stop or pull over to try to find him?
I was already pulled over, and it went right past me through the right off the street, right into between two houses. I'm like, oh my God, it's Bigfoot.
And you just let him go?
Well, what was I going to do? Come out, tackle Bigfoot?
I don't know. Go get a picture of him or something. We're trying to prove that he's real. You saw him.
He was in Austin. He was visiting the Austin area.
And you let him get away?
I mean, I let him get away. I don't care where I am. I'm not going up to Bigfoot, period. I don't care where it is. I don't care if it's at a game. I'm not going up to Bigfoot.
Worried he's going to kill you or something?
I'm a little person. That thing was here. This thing, I'm telling you, okay, 7 foot easily and wide as can be. And hair everywhere, man.
Sure wasn't like, oh. Yeah,
I wasn't high either. I wasn't drunk and I wasn't high.
I don't know. Again, you were in Ricky Williams' car, so there's reason to believe that part of the story is not true.
Other story about that is once I was driving at his car and a black cat crossed the street right in front of the car. And the next day, sort of like the road runner, I was in that same area with that car and the same black cat came across the front of the car again. Twice.
Same
2 days in a row.
You sure?
Yes, man. I'm sure.
Same one, not just two different black cats.
Nah, dude. I don't care if it was two different black cats. What's the likelihood the next day the black cat's going to cross in front of me in the black BMW?
I don't know. In Austin, there are stray cats everywhere. I feel like it's pretty likely that could happen.
Now, that'd be different. It was a homeless dude crossed my path twice in a row. But a cat, this was weird. No, weird things happen around that dude.
Those are some great stories, man. Bigfoot. Wow. Missed opportunity. Like Michael says, you could have recruited him. 7 feet, 300 plus pounds.
Yeah, but his face, the back of the head was like, it was all hair. There was no features to it. You know what I'm saying? Just the body and the strides walking through the back. I think maybe he was going to eat somebody's cat. Maybe that's where all the cat stuff happened. Maybe that dude was hunting cats or something.
Is that what Bigfoot eats? I don't know the legend.
I think legend of Bigfoot. I think he eats like mountain lions, babies, and things like that. I think he's a cat eater.
Well, we've all done it a couple of times.
Well, I mean, this one, four-legged cats. I mean, I think Bigfoot eats cats.
Okay. Man, that's incredible. I've never come close to Bigfoot. I've only seen random pictures of sightings online, but you had him in your sights.
in the
let him get away.
metropolitan area. How about that? I mean, that's kind of weird.
Well, Austin back then wasn't Austin now. Now I don't think we'd
That's
ever
true.
see Bigfoot around.
That's true. You're absolutely right, BK. You're right about that.
We're talking what, like 3 decades ago, 2.5 decades ago?
Yes.
So more likely that he would have been stumbling around because there just weren't as many people in these parts.
On man check? What is he doing in man check? What's he doing around there? The neighborhood, plenty of cats around there, I guess.
A lot of hot cat down there, I guess.
Oh.
Hanging out near the broken spoke, looking for some cat down there, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, like I said, once again, for everybody who always thinks, did you ever get high, been high with him? I've never seen him high. I'm really proud of the fact that guy had respected me enough to not come into a meeting like that, or when I had to meet with him, knew that I was going to meet with him, that he wasn't like that. He didn't smell like smoke. He just was his normal self.
Yeah, I would love to. I've always been too scared to ask Ricky, and usually we see him in like a public forum, so it's like, not the right place to ask, but I would love to smoke a joint with Ricky Williams at some point in my life. That'd be pretty cool. I feel like I know him well enough. We're close enough now to where I could ask him at some point, and there's a possibility that he would say yes.
Yeah, I always heard he had good weed until I saw that plant. Until I saw that plant in his closet. I'm like, this is a piece of junk. Look at this. Look at this ragweed. I'm like, you're trying to grow that. He was trying to grow it in his closet. I mean, his clothes closet. The closet was so small. I'm serious. That place would have caught on fire. I'm like, when is this light on? How long do you got to leave this light on? He said, I leave it on at night. I'm like, what?
Well, now he's got his own cannabis company, and most of the time he's out in California where it's legal, so he's got access to some next level stuff. And I don't think he needs to have any lights at his place anymore.
Too funny.
He grow lamps.
They gave that guy, man, his Heisman year. They gave him more. People were giving him more things. He signed more autographs, signing footballs, signing jerseys and stuff, and just leaving checks in his apartment, in between the cushions and stuff, underneath the couch, on the top of the refrigerator. Tens of thousands of dollars. Didn't mean a thing to him. $10,000 check here, $15,000 check signed to him. Like, dude, are you cashing these? What are you doing? Sign this shit over to me. Quit messing around.
Yeah, give me some of that, please. Hey, John Mateer, can you Venmo me some of this money, please? I'll take that. Oh, God. Amazing. All right. We gotta get some sponsor shout outs here. Good story time, telling some classic tales of Ricky Williams past. We got to get Ricky on the show before the year to catch up with him. Get his thoughts on the upcoming Texas season, because he obviously keeps in touch with what's going on with the program. We've got more Texas football to dive into, some NFL to talk about as well. And we still have to do our Screen Share Friday segment before we get out of here. But before any of those, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at St. Patrick's, folks, since 1975. All those unbelievable Texas Longhorn apparel, they've got it. All the golf shirts, the T-shirts, you name it, men's, women's, and in all sizes. I think Jay's got them all in all sizes for men and women over there. And, of course, they've got the great books. They've got Admiral McCraven's book, The Hero Code, Make Your Bed. They've got everything that you need. They've even got luggage there. They still have some glasses that are there. They don't have the scheduled glasses, but they've got glasses there ready for if you're ready to have a tailgate. Any of your tailgate parties, you want Texas-themed items for your tailgate party, they've got them at St. Patrick. As I said, they've even got luggage if you're making that away trip. And the Jelly Cats. Can't wait to get over there next week. Get a Jelly Cat for my granddaughter.
There we go.
My wife. They've got that.
Not you, huh?
No, not for me. Not for me. I'm not going to take care of myself. 5222 Burnett Road. Plenty of parking space available for you. Online orders over $59, free shipping just for you. More information, go to SuePatrick.com.
You know what we have this weekend, Buck?
What we got?
Football.
Real football?
It's preseason football, but it's football, It counts. I'll take it. I'm going to be watching it tonight. I'm going to be watching it tomorrow. I'm going to be watching it Sunday.
Must be Canadian football.
I don't know if that's going on right now. But football is back, and the real stuff starts next Saturday. Call AV Consultations today. See if you can get on the schedule next week. So by the time college football rolls around, you have the TV setup of your dreams in the comfort of your own home. That's what AV Consultations can do. You see these two screens behind me? Hooked up beautifully by Audiovisual Consultations. Perfectly mounted, perfectly aligned, no wire sticking out. They look great. I've got 2 screens in this room. I've got 4 screens in the room next door. So I'm ready to roll for football season. Bucky's got the 85-inch screen. He's ready to roll for football season. I mean, all of TSU has been hooked up by AV Consultations, and they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988. So if you want the multi-screen man cave or woman cave, if you want the giant screen, if you want the big home theater room, if you want the patio TV setup, AV Consultations can do it all for you. Give them a call. Don't buy TVs first and then call. No, they can get everything at the best prices, and they will hook you up for the upcoming season. Just call them 512-255-8678 or find them online at avconsultations.com.
And I'm going to hit Hat Creek Burger today. I didn't hit, I did. As a matter of fact, I went to Hat Creek Burger yesterday, BK, and they didn't have the lettuce that I wanted for the hamburger. So I got a little hat. Got a little hat, put it on a bun. Was fantastic. Did not have a shake. Still not doing the ice cream thing, but I did have a little hat yesterday. I need to go ahead and start eating the doubles, don't I? The double burgers and quit with this little hat thing. But I like it.
I'm a big hat guy because I'm a big guy. You're small fry. I'm big, so I'm going to eat the big hat.
Man, that burger there is delicious. I just happened to stumble on another burger a couple of weeks ago, a local one, P something burger, and that burger didn't taste like real meat. It tastes like tofu or whatever what is that, tofu? Toes food?
Toe food?
Tofu. What is tofu? Is that stuff with your toes? Toe jam?
It tastes like toe jam. Tofu is
yeah.
nasty.
It was from another hamburger place, but nothing like Hat Creek Burger. Love Hat Creek Burger. Love the doubles, the singles, the fries, the whole works. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, and it started right here in Austin, Texas. And at some locations, you can pick up breakfast at Hat Creek Burger, folks. Opening up at 7 a.m. Find out in your local area. Get the kids there Saturday. Little Saturday breakfast for the kids after first week of school. Get them over to Hat Creek Burger for breakfast.
You went to P. Diddy's house for food the other day, huh? I have that right.
PT or P something. I ate that burger. It was like, man.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm not excited about that place. Sorry.
Okay. Well, it's no Hat Creek, but
no.
Hey, it's all right. All right. Shout out to them. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. Speaking of upgrading your home, if you want to add some new life to your outdoor space, if you want to renovate a kitchen, remodel a bathroom, maybe you want to build a home from scratch, reach out to the experts and our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They've been doing it in Central Texas for 40 years, so they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. They just got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, too. They're accredited. They're legit. They've got tons of 5-star reviews online. McCallCustomHomesATX.com is the website, or reach out to our buddy Mike directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right. Congrats are in order to former Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond, Buck.
Yeah,
Yesterday, a grand jury in Collin County up near the Metroplex cleared Isaiah Bond of any wrongdoing in a sexual assault case that was filed back in April, right before the NFL draft. And that lawsuit basically led to Isaiah Bond going undrafted, right? Teams were scared to take a chance. They weren't sure what was going to come from that. And it was a long process. At one point, Isaiah Bond countersued his alleged accuser. And, that suit got dropped. But yesterday, a Collin County grand jury returned a no bill in that sexual assault charge, meaning no indictment will be issued. And a district attorney up in Collin County said, "This concludes the criminal proceedings in this matter," end quote. So long story short, Isaiah Bond is off the hook. This case is over. And he actually released a statement yesterday saying that he's about to sign a deal with the Cleveland Browns. So nothing official yet, but sounds like Isaiah Bond is going to get his football career started in the not too distant future.
With the Browns. Wow, how about going from the oven to the fire, right into the fire? Great. Just give him a chance, that's all.
You know, here's the good part about going to the Browns. They suck, so you've got an opportunity to play. You know, like, yeah, but it'd be like, hey, you go to the Eagles, you might have an opportunity to maybe make the team and compete for a Super Bowl this year. But if you go to a team like the Browns or the Saints,
you don't have to worry. You're just going to suck with them.
And your team's not going to be very good, but you might get the opportunity to see the field a little earlier. So, look, it'll be, I would think Isaiah Bond's probably a practice squad guy just because of how late he's going to be joining a team.
Right.
But look, this is a guy, you know, people thought this dude could be a first-round pick at one point in his college career. Things obviously didn't pan out at Texas in his 1 year here. He dealt with injuries, which obviously impacted his play. But
yes.
he would have been drafted maybe like a 3rd to a 5th round pick. Like somebody would have taken him if none of this legal stuff popped up, again, just weeks before the draft. So this guy is a talented player who played at Alabama and Texas and put up some, you know, decent numbers overall in his college career. He's no surprise that he gets an opportunity, and I think he's got a shot to be something in the league.
Yeah, he just comes across as a fragile dude, you know.
From an injury standpoint?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I'll always wonder, like, I'm not going to be too critical of the coaching staff because they did most right in 2024, but you do wonder if they just rested Isaiah Bond for like a month versus like, hey, we'll give you a week off, and then we know you're not 100%, but like we want you out there because you're good and we're trying to win an SEC title. Like maybe it would have done him and the team better if they like let that thing fully heal.
And he only had 1 year left, right? That was it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, who knows? Yeah. I think he could have come back this year. I think he could have returned for one more season. Yeah. Don't quote me on that, though.
Yeah, but sometimes they ask you to pack your bags, too, you know?
Right.
They let you know what's better for you.
Well, again, Bond would have been drafted if this stuff didn't pop up when it did. I don't know if he could have transferred somewhere else or come back to Texas and maybe put together a really good year and ended up going very high in the draft. Who knows what that alternate universe would look like.
Yeah, there were big things expected of him, you know, when he came here from Alabama. I was expecting he was going to be really that special player. He could fly. I know that. When he caught the ball, his acceleration was incredible. But it just looked like a guy, if he just got nicked up, it wasn't going to be the same if he just had bumps and bruises, you know. And guys are like that. Certain guys are like that, and most of them play that position. They got to be really, really healthy.
And CB brings up a good point. I mean, Isaiah Bond was Texas's leading receiver before he got hurt. So he did some good things early on last season.
Right.
But just the consistency wasn't there down the stretch, and he wasn't the same player. So hopefully he's back to 100% for his sake, and you know, good for him that he's off the hook in that legal case.
Well, good for him that hopefully that everything that's come about that he didn't do it, which is great.
How about right? That's the most important thing, right? How about this, by the way? A text from Tom McKay. He says, if you call him today, he will personally check out your place by Monday and install before next weekend. 512-255-8678. If you call Tom McKay at AV Consultations today, he says he will personally come by your place by Monday and have you hooked up and ready to go by next weekend.
That's a good deal. Get the boss to come by, check it out.
Great deal. And you get to hang out with Tom McKay. That's the best part.
I was thinking that's probably not the best part of it.
You're saying that's the worst part of it?
And I was thinking that get him in there and get him out there and get my TV going.
Oh man, yeah, that's actually the best part.
You know, I've got one of Tom McKay's TVs downstairs in our living room. That's a piece of art, and the art changes. It's a piece of artwork, some great looking art, and we don't even watch the TV. We just look at the art. I had that TV on for the first month, and I haven't had it on now in 3 years, and the artwork is still there. It changes some different kind of artwork. It looks beautiful.
The one you have in your living room downstairs?
Downstairs, that I don't use that TV. I never turn that TV on. It just has the artwork, the great artwork that's on it.
Yeah.
You can pick and choose what art you want on there. We do that. We never use that TV. I never watch TV downstairs.
It looks great. It's
kind of a cool looking piece of art.
I like that. All right. Yeah, they can do that.
He can make anything happen with those TVs.
Yeah. He's a pro. He's the expert right there. AV Consultations. Give them a call. All right. One more Texas football story to dive into, and then we'll get to some fun for the last 10, 15 minutes or so. It's Friday, so I hate doing this, but I think it's worth talking about. ESPN has given 4 reasons why you should fade Texas in 2025. And Texas, one of the favorites to win the national championship. They are the favorite to win the SEC. Obviously, Arch is up there for the Heisman Trophy odds. A lot of people high on the Texas Longhorns, and they're the preseason #1 team in both the AP and the coaches poll. But Pamela Maldonado of ESPN wrote an article, and it's all about why you should bet against the Longhorns in 2025. And here are the 4 reasons that she gives. The first one, a difficult schedule. She says the Longhorns benefited from an easier schedule in 2024, playing just 2 road games against ranked opponents. This year, the difficulty ramps up significantly. Texas opens the season in Columbus against the defending champion Ohio State Buckeyes. Later in the year, Texas will travel to Athens to face Georgia, where the Bulldogs are 47-1 at home since 2017. Georgia beat Texas twice last year. And while the Bulldogs have their own questions, they are still one of the toughest opponents in college football. Beating Georgia on the road feels like a long shot. With 2 projected losses, ask yourself if you're confident that Texas can win out the rest of the season. The Longhorns also travel to Gainesville to face Florida, then Starkville to play Mississippi State, and then close the season out with Arkansas and Texas A&M.
Well, don't worry about those last 2 that you just said, because that's not a problem.
Arky and Aggie at home, not worried about those, huh?
No. And the Sooners are still on a free fall, so there's another one.
She's chalking up the Ohio State and Georgia games as losses, and then she's like, well, ask yourself, do you think Texas can realistically win every other game on their schedule?
Well, I would say this to her. What if they win that first game? Does she realistically think then that now they can go and win all the rest of those games, not just worrying about, the 4 things that could be the downfall, but if they win game number 1, that they can't go to Athens and win that game. So,
I mean, she's talking like Texas is going to lose like 4 or 5 games. She brought up Mississippi State. Buck.
I know. That's what I saw. I heard that. I'm like, what is she talking about, Mississippi State?
Mississippi State and Arkansas, like 2 of the projected bottom 4 teams in this conference. One of those games at home. Like,
yeah,
these are all the teams, by the way, that Texas beat last year, and everyone said they're really soft. And now she's like, well, these teams are really good. So keep that same energy when Texas beats them this year.
Once again, for me, the one that throws it all off is that trip that, after playing if you beat Ohio State and you're on cruise control for the next 3 weeks, and then you go to Florida. That's the one that bothers me. And it all depends on that quarterback. If that quarterback's not playing for them, if he's got soft tissue injury or whatever, and he's not 100%, he'll need to be 100% against Texas. He can't come in there, maybe something's wrong. He has to be at his best. And they have to be at their best to beat Texas in the swamp. They really do. That's the only one I work. The rest of them, Mississippi State, bandit crap. At Georgia should be a really good test, but I think they can finally get Georgia there because it's just because Kirby said their team's no good, and the rest of the people around there say they're no good. So I'll buy that. But Arkansas and A&M, I'm not worried about that.
It's definitely a tougher schedule for Texas this year. I mean, it's the 4th hardest schedule in the nation, according to ESPN, but I'm not throwing Mississippi State in there is why it's so tough. And again, if Texas goes 7-1 in the SEC again this year, it's going to be, well, you guys didn't play anybody. So just prepare yourself for that happening. But that's reason number 1. Vandercrap is hilarious, by the way. Good job on that. Reason number 2, lack of cohesion and experience. The blurb Manning is a gifted quarterback with pedigree, athleticism, and upside, but has only 90 career pass attempts. In limited action last season, he showed flashes of arm talent and mobility, but also locked onto primary reads and held the ball too long. His decision-making under pressure hasn't been tested yet, and it will for sure be tested against Ohio State and Georgia.
All right, did this lady do all this? Did she investigate that herself watching film, or did somebody say that to her? It sounds like somebody talked to her.
Pamela Maldonado, I do not know.
Sorry, Pam. I'm sure you spend hours upon hours watching film of this.
You think she can putt?
Hell no. I'll get her my putting green and beat her by 10 strokes.
Oh, man. Look, I mean, we all have some questions about Arch. Yeah, he only has 90 career pass attempts, but I mean, look around the country. Like, how many quarterbacks are you super confident in? You got Cade Klubnik back. You got Garrett Nussmeier back. Those may be the two. Lenore Sellers in there as well. But you look, I mean, a lot of the other teams that are in the preseason top 10 are also replacing quarterbacks, and they've got questions about their team. So maybe Pamela wants to bet against every single team. Who knows? Maybe she doesn't think anybody's going to be good this year, and she's taking nonstop unders. But, yeah, I don't know. Locked onto primary reads, held the ball too long. The Georgia game, he was not good. But in the other games, the games that he actually started, I don't think he had those problems at all. So maybe she only watched
the played enough for you to know he's locking in on. That's what I'm saying. What film is she watching? I mean, is she gathering all this and splicing it together? Because I don't think you've seen enough of him to know he locks on anything.
It's just, it feels like generic quarterback talk.
Right.
Like this is what you would say if you want to say something negative about a quarterback. Like what's just a common phrase that we can use here? He holds on to the ball too long, locks on to his reads.
Sounds like she heard that somewhere else. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. Number 3, this one is fair. Red zone inefficiencies. Texas was 101st in red zone scoring percentage, managing just 44 touchdowns on 69 trips. Not very nice. A hindrance that showed up in critical moments, including the college football playoff. That issue feels far-fetched to improve when Manning's supporting cast is made up of inexperienced receiving corps and a new offensive line. So she is saying that she thinks Texas's red zone offense is going to be worse than 101st in the country, and Arch Manning will be the reason why.
I think that he'll be the reason why they're better.
Right, and no mention of the running backs being healthy, and look, if Texas's red zone offense is worse, then we're going to have a talk with Steve Sarkisian about that, because that's unacceptable.
You got the leading rusher in the SEC as a running back for another year after having a great year, and they can't be worse. They can't be in the hundreds.
She's saying you bet against Texas because the red zone offense is going to be worse than 101st in the country, which, again, if she's right, I'll give her flowers, and I'll also be pretty pissed off about that. We'll be complaining a lot about that on this show. Last but not least, reasons to fade Texas. Questions at DT and the secondary. Says even the defense has its own set of concerns. While Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons are true stars, the defensive tackle rotation is thin. Texas has leaned heavily in the portal to plug holes inside, but past recruiting cycles failed to establish a steady pipeline at that position. The secondary also took a hit with the departure of Jahdae Barron. While there's talent on the back end, cohesion will take time.
She has a legitimate. You got to wait and see for that. Let's see how those guys, the guys on the defensive line, for the last 2 years, they've been good. You'll wonder about that. I've said that I'm over wondering about their defensive line play. It's worked out pretty well for 2 years in a row. Can it work out for a third year? I can see where she can get some of that.
This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever read. They're thin. They got 5 portal tackles, and you're calling them thin. Like we've been talking about in like Phil Steele and Athlon Sports, and it's not just Texas people talking about Texas having maybe the best defensive line room in the country. And we've got Pamela saying it's a thin group. And then she's like, yeah, they relied heavily on the portal to plug holes. It's like teams do that all the time, and it works. Teams win. The team that just won a championship had a portal quarterback and a bunch of other portal players. You're saying that like, oh, that means they suck. They got a bunch of portal players, so they can't be good. It's like, no, you get them to be good. You're saying they're thin there because they got a bunch of portal guys?
Yeah.
Secondary being bad too?
I don't know about that whole secondary play. That seemed kind of strange, but
Right.
we'll see if they can do it 3 years in a row, even in the portal with this defensive line. If they got that, I think most of her stuff is covered right there. Arch Manning will make those guys better in the scoring zone with his threat. So, as a runner and a guy with the ball in his hands, I don't get that one.
I don't either. I don't have much questions in the secondary, and
She doesn't have
seemingly
she
nobody.
doesn't have much to say about the run game of a guy who coming into his first year, as a starter, really as a real college player, going into the mighty SEC and leading the conference. I mean, that's nuts.
In this entire article, or in these entire reasons, she mentioned Arch Manning, Anthony Hill, and Colin Simmons. Those were the only 3 players that she mentioned. I'm not sure if she knows any more besides that.
She
It's
may
like she
not.
looked at all the guys who left, and then, nope, here are the star players, and I'm going to go ahead and put this article. Like, look, I'm not faulting her for saying she's going to bet against Texas this year. Like, if you don't think Texas is going to get over 9.5 wins, and if you don't think they're going to make a deep run in the college football playoff again, that's fine. Like, you're entitled to that opinion. But if you're going to argue against Texas, you got to have better reasons than that. Like, there are reasons this thing could fall apart this year for the Longhorns, but some of what she said is like, there's no research done on this at all.
No, it's like I said, I don't know whoever told her that, and she went with it.
Like,
but I don't know if she was.
PFF says Texas has the #1 secondary in college football. Athlon says #1. Phil Steele says #6. Maybe they're not that good, but like that is not the position I would be questioning if I'm Pamela Maldonado here, because you look dumb because everyone else says you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I would question some of the stuff about the offensive line with all those new dudes there.
Right.
The cohesion between the wide receivers and the quarterback, that'll take some time. But once it gets going, that's going to be okay too, because the guy calling the plays knows what he's doing. I was waiting for her to say something about Sark, and she never said anything about the head coach.
No, I guess maybe he falls into the red zone inefficiency category.
Probably.
She did mention that, failing to score from the 1-yard line against Ohio State.
Oh, she did, huh?
Of course, she had to bring that one up, take another dig at Texas. Yeah, I don't know. There are reasons things could go awry this year, but
I like the schedule. I mean, I like the schedule. Like I said, I like this one right at the beginning.
Ohio State?
Yes.
Ask me 16 days from now if I like it at the beginning. The game's 15 days away. Yeah, ask me in 16 days if I'm a fan of that game being played in week 1.
Yeah, I think after they beat Ohio State, it's how do you calm them down for the next 3 weeks, knowing the teams that they play? How do you keep them motivated and going in that right direction? That's the one that I think if you win that first game, that I know you can say that, they should be able to beat them with the third team guys, but this is where your coaching really comes in. If you when you win that game, BK, those next 3 weeks, and I know people keep telling me Sam Houston's good. I'm like, they're not going to be. Get away from me. They're going to get knocked all over the place. But I mean, that's the way I think. But will the players think that same way that I'm thinking, even before it got there? If you just saw that on the schedule, would you be going, shit, we beat Ohio State? You see what we should be doing to the rest of this group, all the way to going to our first SEC game on the road. I mean, that's a lot of coaching right there. That's a lot of keeping everybody's head above water right there.
For sure. One more paragraph here from this article. Pamela says, quote, championships are won with veteran talent, not just raw ability, and Texas is missing that battle-tested foundation. Fading the Longhorns makes sense. It looks like a smart bet to take the under with 2 near-certain losses baked in and 2 or 3 more surprise upsets on the schedule. So she's saying 4 or 5 losses are coming Texas's way this year. 2 certain losses, I think Ohio State and Georgia, and then 2 or 3 more surprise upsets coming Texas's way on the schedule because they don't have a battle-tested foundation because they didn't make it to the semifinals of the college football playoff the last 2 years.
Yeah, like none of those guys played in games last year.
Sark spent all offseason talking about how all of those guys have experience and all they know is making deep runs to the playoff, but they don't have experience and they're not battle tested.
Well, we'll see if she's right or wrong. I tend to think she's wrong on a bunch of those.
I think the funniest part of all of this, she says, so the number is 9.5 right? That's the over-under right now for Texas in terms of regular season wins. She is saying bet under 10.5 wins, which means she's getting an alternate line with worse juice at minus 220. She's taking bet under 10.5 wins. So she's not even confident enough to bet the actual under, yet she's dogging Texas, saying they're going to have 4 or 5 losses this year, but she's still covering her bases because she's like, I'm probably wrong on this.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people reading her stuff, I wouldn't believe.
I'll be honest, I'd never heard of her until this article, but congrats, Pam.
She's no Beth Moen, I tell you that. That's for damn sure.
Well, she's better than Beth Mowens. This article might be a bunch of trash, but it's better than anything Beth Mowens has ever said.
That's awful.
Beth Mowens? I agree. Is that what you asked? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, is that really?
Beth Mowens is awful? Yes.
Wow. This lady.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Maybe we'll try to get Pamela Anderson on the show and see what she's got.
Her name is not Pamela Anderson. What is her name?
Excuse me, Pamela Maldonado. Beg your pardon.
Maldonado.
I wouldn't mind Pamela Anderson on the show either, right?
There you go.
She's still alive?
I think so.
Okay. Feel like she is, Someone will let us know. Hopefully we didn't just Chad Hastings her.
Goner.
Goner. All right, we'll have some fun. We got about 10 minutes left. We've got some screen shares from the internet that we got to show the people here, Buck. But before we get into any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, for close to 70 years, they've been in service in Central Texas. Air conditioning, plumbing, and heating. My air conditioning working just fine, baby, because it has been warm outside. My wife got home and said, did you touch anything? Did you do anything? Did you rearrange the air conditioning? No, it's exactly where it was when you left. It's nice and cool in the home. And I want to thank the folks here and their technicians coming out twice a year to service my air conditioning unit and to prepare me for the winter. They can do that just for you, too. They can also do plumbing, too. So if you got problems at the house with a drain or there's a leak somewhere, or you can hear the drip, 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 call on Woods Comfort Systems. As I said, close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better.
No, they don't. WoodsComfortSystems.com, the best in the business, 512-842-5066. Shout out to them. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Rocking my TSU lid this morning. Made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. If you've got a business that needs hats, shirts, signs, stickers, posters, whatever, reach out to Adam and his great team. They are working hard, but they will still get you what you need and what you need very, very quickly. 512-300-9641. You can call or text Adam directly. Again, he will get you what you need and get it to you quickly. Big Texas fan, big TSU listener. He will take care of you.
Pamela Anderson is in that new Naked Gun.
Naked what now?
Naked Gun, that movie.
I said Naked Gum there. Like,
no, she's in Naked Gun. She's in that movie.
They made a new one?
Yes.
I don't think I ever saw the old one, so I can't really speak anymore.
I've seen the old one. I've not seen the new one.
The old one was really popular, right?
Yeah, I've not gone to see Superman yet.
Too woke for you.
Nah, I don't want Superman getting beat up. I don't need Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane helping him out. He's Superman. What the hell does he need their help for? They just get in the way.
Oh, you're telling her to go back to the kitchen or something?
No, I know what Lois is looking for. She's looking for something super, all right. She's looking for something super is right.
Oh, my God. Pamela Anderson apparently dating Liam Neeson nowadays.
He's an old cat, isn't he?
Yeah. It's a good couple.
She's old, too. That's right. Everything works.
How old do you think Pam Anderson is?
I'm going to say she's 53.
58. Liam Neeson is 73. Good pull, Liam.
Good job by him.
Nice. Well done there. Well done there, sir.
Good
Not quite Bill Belichick.
Sandwich by him. Nice job.
She's about 30 years too old to be Bill Belichick's girlfriend, so you got some work to do. All right. Little screen share here for you. We got a bunch to get into, so we'll rapid fire this. We'll start with this one, Buck. The Atlanta Falcons quarterback going into year 2 out of the University of Washington. You remember that guy's name?
Yeah, Penix.
Yep. Well, tough break for Michael Penix Jr. WTOC, which is the CBS affiliate in Savannah, Georgia. They were showing a press conference clip of Michael Penix Jr. And, well, here's how they spelled his name.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you read that for the folks listening on the app, Buck?
This is Michael Penis Jr. I hate I hate Penis. Michael Penis Jr. I hate when the intern does this. The interns do this to these guys all the time. Great job by the intern once again.
Yeah, how could
the intern's headed off to college, so he just give that little shot on his way out. Good job, dude.
How could they leave off the dot at the end of junior? That's incredibly disrespectful. That's the biggest problem here. You got to put the dot at the end of JR.
Hey, the intern's just a college student. He doesn't know anything about grammar. Let him just do his thing.
Who's going to be the first?
Punctuation, he doesn't have a clue.
You're blaming the intern for this one? It's a good bit,
Always.
though. If it is the intern, it's a great bit by them. Even if it's not the intern, it's a great bit by whoever was in charge.
Why do you think we too low? The intern did that. Great job by the intern there.
Yeah, they did blame the intern for that one, which is fantastic. That's what you got to do, right? Blame the intern.
On your way out, hell yeah.
Yeah. Michael Penis Jr., the Falcons quarterback. I can't wait for the first TV broadcaster to make that mistake. I don't think it's happened in the NFL yet where someone has said penis instead of Penix. But hopefully, who do you think's that guy? Is that a Tirico play? Is that a Joe Buck move? Who's doing that?
None of those guys are going to do it. They don't want. They're two pros. They don't want to lose their gig. They make too much money.
You know who's going to do it?
Who is that? That's not Romo, is it?
Yeah, it's Romo. Romo's going to be the guy to call.
Romo's going to be the guy. Could be.
Michael Penis. Michael Penis Sr. and Penis Jr.
Right.
So that's
I'm just Penis Jr.
That's a pretty good one here. We've got a pretty strong crack staff here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, right? You see a lot of us on camera and hear a lot of us every single day. But we also have some folks behind the scenes who are getting us all sorts of information. And we were able to find a screenshot of a text conversation between Oklahoma head coach Brent Venables and Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer, who, of course, has been talked about a lot this week because of the Venmo transaction history and the allegations of him betting on college sports a few years ago. Here is a real text conversation between Oklahoma's head coach and Oklahoma's quarterback. It's pretty detailed stuff here, Buck.
Yeah, great. Say you didn't. Oh, my God.
He called himself Bread Vegetables. You don't think his quarterback has his number saved in his phone? He had to introduce himself, and then he spelled his name wrong.
Oh, my God. Brent Vegetables. Good job.
It's a nickname we might need to add here.
Veggie.
Brent Veggie. This one actually is pretty interesting. So in the era of NIL, where schools are coming up with as many creative ways to make money as they possibly can, Oklahoma is now giving its fans the opportunity to sit through a post-game press conference. How about $692.11 to get exclusive post-game media access for you and one guest to hear the OU coaches and players address reporters right after a game? You paying for that, Bug?
Okay, now the media access, is that at the game? You get to go there at the game, or is this when you got to be virtual or whatever?
No, this is after the game. This is in person.
Okay.
But I don't think this gets you a ticket to the game. This is a separate thing you have to pay for.
Sure.
And this is after the game, you could just go into the locker room or go into the press room, I should say, and be a part of a post-game press conference.
You'd never get out of there. At least traffic would be gone for sure.
Well, like the concept is pretty cool. I think a lot of fans would love the opportunity to experience what a post-game presser is like in person.
For $600 for 2 people, that's not bad.
What?
Yeah.
That's not bad?
Now, if you're crazy enough to want to do that, you're crazy enough to have the money to do that.
Dude, that's insane. $692, almost $700. Like,
yeah, there's
they
some
post
dad that's
these.
going to take his young son in to hear that.
Oh my God. I mean, it's one thing, like, if they didn't put the press conferences online, like right after they were done, it's not like no one can get access to these pressers. And like the only chance you have to hear the questions and the answers is if you're there in person.
And what's the 11 cents about? Keep that shit. Who wants the 11 cents? I mean, come on, give me a break.
I don't know. That's the part of the 11 cents is bothering you, not the $692.
Yeah, what's the 11 cents about? Why don't you just make it $6.90? Let's go about our business. Or $6.92. Why 11 cents? Who's the 11 cents for?
Oklahoma's first game is against Illinois State. So after they beat them by 40, you want to go pay $700 to sit in and hear the coach talk about that game?
No, I don't. I want to go after Texas gets through mauling them in the Cotton Bowl locker room. That's where I want to be.
You would pay that much money for this?
Like I said, if you had the money to do that, and there's alums that would do that. They'll bring their sons in to listen to it. The one other would be like a kid at the press conference.
Maybe someone will do it. That's wild, though, at that cost.
They're going to be pissed about the 11 cents. I guarantee you that. You're going to be pissed about that at the end. Why are you throwing that at the end? Who comes up with the 11-cent part?
I don't know. I don't know where that comes from. That is weird. I wonder if you had tax on top of that, too.
Maybe that's maybe Oklahoma State tax, maybe?
Oh, you think Oklahoma State is taxing them?
Well, the state of Oklahoma, maybe that's part of – yeah, but nobody comes up with $692.11. I mean, come on.
It's random. And last but not least, we'll bring on the boys here for this one. We've got a TexAgs message board post. We love checking in with our friends at TexAgs.
Yes.
Double R on for this. How about this one? Here's a suggestion from an Aggie fan. It says, quote, hear me out on this. It takes one time that we beat the ever-living crap out of one zebra. The rest will get the message. Maybe get in good with someone from UPD, and they can accidentally let us get past them.
Jeez, that is great.
An Aggie fan says, hey, let's make a deal with the University Police Department, sneak onto the field before a game, beat the ever-loving crap out of a ref, and, well, we're going to get all of the calls that we want.
Let's get them in line early.
That'll fix it. Hey, man, you win however you have to, buddy. That's, maybe next year in College Station.
That's the true sign of that's a true sign of a champion right there. Let's beat the crap out of the officials. Get them in line.
I've never agreed with an Aggie so much in my life.
Yeah.
I think they're on to something here. Some of the refs, some of these calls that they've made, I would like a few swings at them. So
beat up their buddy first. Get them in line.
Yeah. We'll beat up the line judge. He's not the guy missing the calls, but if someone screws up in practice, it's everyone else who has to run. This is how it's going to work. If you miss the call, I'm beating the shit out of your friend.
There you go.
your coworker. Now we're talking.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I think that OU thing, it has to be tax. Because like I've talked on our show when I was at Jerry Jones Stadium a while back, I bought a beer and it was $14.72. So got to be tax.
It's tax.
That was after tax though, right? Like, or is that the number that it showed on the screen that you were going to be paying when you purchased?
There wasn't even a screen. It was one of those walk-up things. I mean, it's like you could walk up there and they could say $100.28.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the final price. Tax, title, and license, for crying out loud. Gee,
you go to a stadium, get a hot dog, and it says it's $4, and somebody could say to you, it's $4.26. You wouldn't even blink.
You don't even blink. Yeah. Big day today, guys. We're going to find out what happens to Michigan.
That's right.
That's coming out today. It's coming out today.
Any predictions, Double R?
I think they're going to make them vacate the title. I think they're going to make them vacate the title, and Michigan will probably do some their own self-imposed bowl ban for a year. I think is what's going to happen.
There is.
You know what they're
I
going
hope
to do?
you're right.
They're going to self-impose planting the flag in Ohio State's ass. It's self-imposed. We won't do it to you this year.
Oh,
Yeah.
so they're going to intentionally lose that game this season? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're going to win. They're just not going to plant the flag. They play at home this year, don't they?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
in Ann Arbor this year. So they won't get to plant it inside the O like they did last year. I think there's a 0% chance they have to vacate the title. I hope you're right. That would be awesome. But I think it'll be maybe some minor scholarship reductions.
Be some money missing. Hey, 692.11 will be taken from them.
Maybe that's the fine. I mean, Michigan already imposed a punishment for Sharon Moore. Remember, he's serving a 2-game suspension that's not going to start until after the Oklahoma game in week 2 because we can't lose that Oklahoma game. So maybe that's going to qualify as Michigan's self-imposed stuff, and they're going to say they're done with that. And I don't know. I'm not expecting much to happen, I guess, because usually it feels like these big schools don't get the hammer dropped on them for stuff like this.
Yeah. Well, and the Harbaugh thing, it didn't the NCAA do something with Harbaugh to where he can't come back? So that's done. So Harbaugh's taken care of. Meanwhile, he's over there grinning.
Well,
I love that.
He pulled a Pete Carroll, right? Like he knew something was about to come down, so he decided to go to the league, and obviously it worked for Pete. He won a Super Bowl, and Harbaugh has been an NFL coach before. He's been close, but he's got a good thing going with the Chargers right now. So smart man, good strategy. He knew this was coming down. He knew what he got away with. He knew what they were doing a few years ago. Michigan fans will say, "Oh, hey, we didn't." It's like, your coach basically told everybody by leaving.
I don't think they vacate. I don't think they vacate any wins.
Yeah,
I don't either.
Yeah, that was just being real optimistic. That hasn't happened in a long time. When's the last time that happened? Like with the Heisman, with Reggie Bush, which he got back. Can't remember the last time something like that happened. I think that may have been
great question. In basketball, it happens more.
Yeah,
right.
Like I know Kansas had to vacate a few wins from like one of their final 4 years because of like one player who never even played. He took a few bucks to play at Kansas, and of course now it's all over the table, so it looks ridiculous that happened. But like Syracuse is, you've seen like basketball vacate a lot, but I don't know the last time where major college football program has had to vacate wins. It's obviously happened a ton in history, but I don't know about recent history.
Not lately. Hey, Bucky, before you go, you see who's lurking at the BMW 3 shots behind? Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, really? This morning he was in second place.
Yeah,
yesterday. So he's starting. Is he right there in third? I mean, that's a pretty good job by him coming back. But then again, we know where it ends up for him. So
just kind of hope that dude wins something, right? It's like shit.
BK wants him to be second for the rest of his life now.
Man,
I hope he never wins. It's great. The lovable loser. I don't want the lovable loser to ever win. I want him to keep staying lovable, and I want him to keep losing. That's it.
Oh my God, Rosie, what is he trying to do at 45 years old? Why is he trying to be a winner?
Yeah, really, exactly. I know Scotty. They were talking to Scotty yesterday, and they kept bringing up the Ryder Cup, and Scotty Scheffler's like, "Let's worry about the BMW." He said that's a month away. So
there's a lot of money on the line this weekend too that I'm sure Scotty Scheffler would, because he's really hurting right now. I'm not sure if you guys were aware, but
he's about to be a movie star.
He needs that FedEx cash, huh?
Juggling.
He's about to be in every. Well, I don't think Adam Sandler's doing any more productions, but he's about to be in every Adam Sandler production from here on out. If there's another Adam Sandler production,
you're right. Now he's getting mailbox money from that movie, so he's good setup there.
They wrote.
And I haven't seen that movie. Is that movie any good, or is that piece of crap?
It's stupid.
I really liked it.
I thought it was fun.
It was better than I thought it would be. I came in with incredibly low expectations because I loved the first one, and I was like, there's no way. And it wasn't as good as the first one, but like it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I was entertained watching it for sure.
Okay, well, if you were entertained by that, could you do me one favor? I'm only going to ask this. I won't ask another watch for you to do, like something to watch or something to see. Would you please watch Jaws for me before the summer's over with, BK? You know,
Jaws?
it's 50th anniversary. Please
That's
do.
got some really
You've
good
never seen it.
monologues in it, man. That's got some really good scenes, actually, man.
Jaws,
It's
Would
serious,
you
too.
please watch that? I know you don't watch a lot of these old movies. You missed a lot of movies in your time. Would you please see Jaws? Tell me
You
what
had
you
the
think.
77 one? The
one
original?
chance. You have one
One chance.
chance to ask me to
One
watch
chance.
any show or movie ever, and that's the one.
That's the one I really for you to watch that on its 50th anniversary. Would you please?
Do you struggle with swimming in the open water at all, BK?
I'm a decent swimmer. Thanks for asking.
No, I mean, like, do you like the psyche?
We'll
Like,
find out about
can
your
you get in
swimmer.
the open water?
After you watch that, we'll find out. We'll
Yeah,
find out if
after
you go take a
after you
shower.
watch Jaws, after you watch Jaws, it might change up a little bit. Your mentality might change up a little bit.
It'll bother you for
on an
about
open lake.
It'll bother you for about a couple months, and then it'll just all go away.
I'm worried I'm going to be scared to go in my apartment pool after a while.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. But please watch that movie. For me,
All right.
just watch it. I think now your girl has seen it, hadn't she?
No idea.
I doubt it.
Yeah, because you don't watch a lot of movies. Watch that movie. It is really a good movie. They did it.
Okay.
Spielberg does it. I mean, that's a great job that they do in that.
They
That's
did
one of
a
our
thing. They did a thing on Shark Week, which was a few weeks back on Discovery or whatever that was.
Oh
where
yeah,
it's
that was
like
good.
they had the jaw. Did you see that? Where it's like this was the movie. This was the tendency of what that shark did, even though it was a fake fish or whatever. Would a real shark do that? And it was actually, I guess, it sounded like it was pretty damn close on some of that stuff. Shark Week.
I went to see that in '73. I was so horrified. I mean, that came out around the same time The Exorcist came out. Those two movies just have wrecked me for a lifetime.
I've never seen The Exorcist, Buck. I won't watch
Oh.
it. I refuse to do it.
Good job on your part. There's
It looks that
nothing to
scary.
see. Nothing to see here.
Friday the
I
13th.
saw the trailer of the kid's head spinning around. Like, nah, I'm out.
Yes.
I'm done.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
Friday
that
the
movie-
13th too scared me.
That movie ruined your life, Buck, and you were like, you really want me to watch it, huh? That's how.
No, Jaws
highly you think about me?
didn't ruin my life. I thought that was just great. You know, scenes from Martha's Vineyard on the beach at the cabana. So that's okay. But it's just that's a good flick. The other one, don't watch it. You don't need to see. There's nothing for you people to see in that movie, The Exorcist. Anyway, there's nothing for you to see there.
When my girls were young, sorry about that. When my girls were young, they went to stay a week with my in-laws in Texas City, right near Galveston, and the girls had never seen Jaws. And so my in-laws showed them Jaws, the 1977 classic or whatever. Later that afternoon, let's go to Galveston to the beach. And my girls are like, bullshit.
No, you won't think about the beach for a while. It does make you think.
Yeah.
I mean, Richard Dreyfuss, I mean, that they did such a great job of that and filming that movie. It took a long
Who was
time.
the drunk captain? I do remember his monologue from Jaws. Like, it's just a stoic
Captain
eerie-
Quinn.
Quinn, yeah, man. He apparently, like, during the shoot, he would show up so plastered, right, to kind of stay in character. And he couldn't get his monologue down for 3 weeks. And then finally, Spielberg's like, this is it. This is the final day. And he just showed up loaded, absolutely hammered.
Yeah, Spielberg said that he could get loaded for it. So he could remember his stuff. Yeah.
Hey, that's
All right. Man, now I'm interested here. That's
It's good.
good. They're drinking Altstadt in the movie. That's great.
Great monologues, man. Great They're
Yeah,
drinking a little bit
is.
something heavier than Altstadt, I think.
Yeah.
All right, boys, I'm going to go do another outdoor day today.
oh
Later, boys.
nice.
Hey,
Y'all
BK, remember, now that I've got the little putt in and doing some stuff, remember that big thing of cash? Remember all that money, that big cash I had? Look where I'm down to.
Wait a second. You got a
Oh,
putt-putt course in you put a putt-putt course in?
Yes, I put a putting green in. Look, remember the big cash I had from last year's winning? Look where I am now.
Well, it's worth it. You're going to be taking money from your buddies because your putting's going to be so much better. You'll get it all back.
Get a big screen deal. This is for my grandkids. This isn't about me. This is about the kids.
Dang. All I got is a jury summons on my desk.
Oh, I know how to get out of those. Those people think that I'm a terrible citizen. They don't do that to me anymore.
Yeah, I already applied. I already
Did you?
tried the exempt thing, so we'll see how that works out.
You got to get the right person at the courthouse to do it. You know, I just always go back, you know, if I can't take my relaxed back seat, I can't sit there in the jury box for long.
Oh, that's a good one.
And your doctor will do that for you.
What are we pulling up on our desk? We just pulling up random stuff.
I don't even know who my doctor is.
You better get to him.
I know. I'm kidding. I know who he is. I know who he is.
Boys, have a great weekend. Be safe.
All right, boys.
Yeah.
Huh? How about this? The ear wax removal, guys. Your
that's right.
PSA. Huh?
Yep.
Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory. How are you, good sir?
Damn, I don't have any government cheese here left. I had one little package here.
You better call Jay and Corbin. What the hell's going on with you, buddy?
I think I'm finally out, dude. I think it's finally all gone. Ran out of
Another
crap.
edition of Chaos Theory on this wonderful program of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you follow us on our Twitters or on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter. My partner in crime is at the Rodney R on Twitter, and then on the Facebook there, the InstaFace, we got the Rodney R, the _Rodney R, excuse me, and then myself, I'm the Wagner Wire. So make sure you guys hit us up and follow us there. Also hit that code of text line up 512-222-9328 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, and let's get the Friday fun starting to flow. Where you want to go first, bud?
You know, I thought of you yesterday.
You're staring at me like I got a dick on my forehead. What's going on?
Oh, because I'm telling you, I thought of you yesterday. I heard some sound, kind of with NIL and transfer portal. Have you heard this? The coach from Northern Illinois, Coach Thomas Hammock.
I have not.
So this guy, you know, small school.
Thomas Banana Hammock?
Banana Hammock, they call him in the locker room when he comes walking through with nothing on.
Is that what they call him? Is that
so.
What they call him? Thomas the Banana Hammock.
He had some thoughts on NIL that I thought would be just a great way to fire off the show. Listen to this, and you guys got to really let this sedate in your brain, because this is a life lesson right here.
I told our team the other day, you know, we lost all these guys. Let's see who plays. So it's all good when people put it on Twitter, hey, all glory to God, I'm going on the transfer portal. Let's see if they play. How many of those guys going to play or travel or get snaps? You know, I was going to tweet something the other day, a picture of me, and say, you know what? I enjoyed my college experience. I didn't get one dime, but the lessons I learned was more valuable than any money you can ever pay me. And I appreciate that, because that is long term. People are losing the fact that this is short term. I coached in the National Football League for 5 years. 5 years, right? Don't lose focus of what the long term. Get your degree, learn valuable lessons that's going to help you in the long term of your life. That's the whole purpose. This is a transition from being a kid to a grown-up. And I hope people don't lose focus of that. Everybody, because if you're going to college,
right?
I mean, he's dead on, man.
Isn't he?
And it's just instant gratification is so tough to turn down, right? And he's got a good point too. Like, are the kids that are transferring, are they getting their spots? Are they getting their reps, right? Or are they just they going to pad championship teams, right? Mm-hmm. You know, is this team offering them, you know, a healthier buck just so that they can, you know, be the backup somewhere in case someone goes down? Like, I mean, I wasn't really looking into that. I haven't really checked into that, but that guy's got a good point, man. And it is. I mean, sure, you want. It depends on what their first priority, right? Is if they're going to school to play ball, and if they're going to school to get to the league, as if it's a stepping stone for the league, then of course they're going to be transferring out and getting, you know, their dollar up somewhere else. And hell, now with NIL so relevant, some of these dudes might even just say, "No, I'm going to go to the Miami over here for $6 million, or I'm going to go to the Oklahoma over here for a few million," right? And you know, I'm supposed to come out this year, but I might not even be that good, right? I'm going to stay in school one more year, $6 more million. Now you're, you know, $15 million before you even get to the NFL, man. Do you even have to get to the NFL? Stay in school, get your degree. I mean, look, that's counterpoint to what that guy's saying. He's saying to stay at one program, right? But I'm also saying there's multiple options. There's multiple avenues of approach in the college landscape now, dude. But yeah, like, and curious, why did you think of me with this dude?
Because I can hear you telling your son to to think about life lessons, to think about. I don't have a son. Well, I do. He's a black dog over there. My black son, he's over there, but he doesn't understand these things. But I can hear you talking to your son about you need to think about right now. You need to be in this moment right now. I don't know. Maybe I pass that on so you can play it for Reed. I don't know. I don't know.
I appreciate you. But no, I mean, usually I usually try and have like some vision with your moves, right? When you're doing this step, right? Each step is for the next step. That's how I've always kind of practiced and told Reed, like what you're doing now, right? Like have a focus on it, right? But also like, what are you setting yourself up for in the future? Like that's my outlook on life, right?
Yeah.
Like it's always about the next step, which sucks because you're probably not going to take in everything and realize how great that the situation is at this point because you're always constantly looking forward. And my wife brings up a good point too. It's like you're never satisfied. You know what I mean? That's true too. But I mean, as I don't know, for me, I feel like I'm constantly moving forward. Like my goal is to constantly strive,
inspired of to be better.
If you start to settle, if you start to feel comfortable, then I feel like something's wrong.
Yeah,
like you lose your fire, right? Like I don't know.
And I have to tell you that this is a lot of the reason why when it comes to like the commitment thing that we talk about a lot, to where it's like, you know, when they're doing the hats and all this, and I'm going to go to Texas, I'm going to go to Alabama. It's like, yeah, but you know, in a year we're going to watch you go to Wisconsin,
put another jersey on.
Yeah, you know, so that's why I get a little twisted up on some of that stuff. And,
I mean, it's changed, right? It's changed. The whole landscape has changed. We talked about it 2 years ago when this thing happens, man. Pandora's box has been busted wide open, and we don't know if it's ever going to go back together. So
yeah.
So you got to put a reel on this thing, or you got to reel it in somehow. But
Yeah.
What's up? Where do you want to go first, Amigo? That's good. Good little exercise. Get my brain
like that. A little philosophy.
I am so excited. We have an awesome show today. Of course, you can already see my nerd trying to crawl out already. I was up till about 1:30 playing video games.
Thinking about Alabama
video game, like it's on my top 5. I mean, I made a list of my top 10, and I started playing video games. Right, probably around like 10 o'clock. I got started pretty early last night. Didn't stop till about 1:30. Stayed on the Battlefield 6 beta for 2 hours too. But yeah, got into some Elden Ring, and you can't just play Elden Ring for 10 minutes, by the way. Like you got to go into Elden Ring for at least an hour. You got to go balls deep into that thing. Anyways, man. Yeah, rain delay, BMW golf. I just saw that. Yeah, I don't have a golf game on. Full transparency, I don't even have a sports game on there. So
that's all mine.
Talking about sports games. Sorry, I'm not all. Rodney, I'm going to leave that one up to Rodney there.
Mine are all, dude. Be prepared to be disappointed.
Dude, I'm gonna. You know what? It's your list.
They're all old. Yeah,
I don't care. I get to see flashes of you. I get to see your character. I get to see what you want to be, man. I get to see how you do video games. And I also get to see how the rest of the people does video games, because they'll be chatting it up with us too.
Yeah.
I will turn the comments on for that, because I do want to see their comments.
Yeah, there you go.
Absolutely. But hey, where do you want to go first?
More accolades for Texas. I heard the guys talking this morning to where Pam Maldonado was actually giving reasons on ESPN why Texas will not to bet against Texas, which it sounds like a bunch of horse shit. You can catch the replay if you want to. They gotta have, if everybody's loving on Texas, they gotta have somebody hating on Texas. Yeah, right? Yeah. So to the complete opposite. So they go in way early. Kyle Bonagura, I think his name is, and Mark Schlereth. They go in and they do the bowl ranking. They projected every bowl game already. They have already done this, and we haven't even started yet. We're 8-9 days away from the first college football game of the year. But I can tell you this: both of these guys, again, no pressure, Texas, no pressure at all. You've got Arch Manning, you've got the Heisman Trophy, projected winner. You've got all of this. So one guy, Bonagura, national championship game coming up in Florida at Hard Rock Stadium on Monday, January 19th. Penn State versus Texas is his projection. Schlabach is actually the guy's name. The other guy's the NFL guy. Clemson versus Texas for the national championship at Hard Rock Stadium on January 19th. So more It's just more.
Penn State, huh?
Yeah, Penn State, right?
Penn State.
Yeah. And the Clemson thing, I think Clemson, I get the Cade Klubnik and I get all of that, but
I can't wait to break down Clemson when we get, a couple more spots here. In a few, I guess we'll talk about them next week. I mean, hell, we'll talk about everybody next week. Yeah, like I'm very curious to talk about Clemson's defense. Let's go into that. Like that's some things. I mean, Clemson, they got to score, 5 touchdowns just to win, just to get a victory. So.
Yeah,
I mean, we'll be breaking down Clemson's defense. But hey, today, it's the Alabama Crimson Tide, Roll Tide. We'll get to them here in just a little bit. But where do you want to go first, amigo?
Kind of back to that whole thing right there to where we talk about Clemson. The thing is, and kind of in the Maldonado article, and you can find it on ESPN. Go in there and search it. But it's like there's like questions with the secondary and so forth. And I don't really think that. I don't really feel that, to be honest with you. I think that secondary is a hell of a lot more solid than folks outside of Austin want to believe. To me, it all comes back to offensive line, and that's one of the things in the scrimmage tomorrow that I hope we hear that there is progress on some of that, because it's like you get the word out of the first scrimmage to where it's like the defense handles the offense. Well, the defense is going to be further along at this point.
Well,
so,
I just think I think the defense is it's easier, right? Like mostly like defense, you install a couple of packages. I mean, sure, you're going to be reactionary, but also like the offense, they got to get timing down. They got to get hand and arm. They got to get signaling down. They got to get a whole bunch of offensive line, to your point, have to get calls down, right? So there's a lot going on with the offense than there is with the defense.
Yeah. And I think to our man Tom McKay, 222-9328, 512 area code is that code of text line. It's I think this is why I keep bringing this stuff up, because Tom says projections are fun, but they have historically doomed Texas. And I think that's my
we talked about overratings yesterday, right?
Yeah. Where that stuff just comes back and I bring that stuff up. They're giving you hell on the code of text line because they said you were late. You weren't late today. I mean, you weren't late for the show.
I was like 5 minutes late. Yeah.
Oh,
I had to corral the dogs.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. They're giving you hell. They're like a Wagner Standard Time. Come on, man.
Wagner Standard Time. I'm not usually not
never late.
You're right. Late. I'm usually not late. So
I think people are just
who is giving me that shit?
There's it's just numbers. It's just numbers.
If it's 301 numbers, I got I'll take beef with some 301 numbers. That's some Maryland numbers there. So
yeah, they're just giving you shit.
I'm usually pretty prompt.
You're way early. Yeah.
I'm usually too early at some points, but that's
what
here. A couple of days. Fridays usually is a little bit chaotic around Casa de Wagner here.
It gets a little out of control.
It just throws a little bit of sync off here. We get a little out of rhythm.
There it is. Before we get to Alabama, Wags.
Okay, so Clemson returns. I mean, just a little bit of preview on Clemson. Clemson returns 9 on defense, so their defense might be a little bit intact, and there's a reason why people might have them, touted so or touted so high for going to the national championship. I would think.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll break down. It's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, we'll get to them. We will get to them. Before we get to Alabama, Wags, anything on the, again, NFL preseason? It's preseason. Anything, I've seen that Mahomes and a lot of these guys why are they playing, that they're going to be playing. Anything in particular with any of these teams, particularly your Giants, with what could be your new franchise quarterback? Anything in this slate of games this weekend that you're looking forward to?
This is going to be, remember, there's only 3 preseason games now, right? So this is going to be the dress rehearsal. So you'll see your starters out there. I mean, I'm pretty sure Dart will play the second half, the entire second half. I'd love to see what he does with the ones, or how many reps he gets with the ones. I'm expecting to see a lot of Jameis Winston, honestly. I think they know what they're going to get with Russell Wilson. I think you're going to test out, Winston a little bit here, see what he can do, see, how he can move the offense down the field. And, then they'll probably turn it over to Dart and let him, get his time in. But and then, next week will be the Winston show, the Jameis Winston show. So the Winston and Dart show. But yeah, remember, guys, it's only 3 weeks this year, or last year too. So, yeah, dress rehearsal is week 2, not week 3 anymore. So make sure if you guys are doing some fantasy studying too, trying to find your late sleepers, or some dark horses that you can take, in the later rounds, you might want to pay attention to week 2 right now, and try and have some notes getting ready for week 3 as well.
And for the Cowboys, it'll be Joe Milton going once again at quarterback. Got to start last week. Very, very, just blew us away with his play. So we'll see if he's able to. Hell, he got hurt. I guess he went out of the game last week. So we'll get a look here at the Joe Milton and Will Greer show for the. Oh God!
I remember when I thought Will Greer was going to be fantastic coming out of West Virginia.
You and me both. You and me both. I remember a few months back when I thought Joe Milton coming to the Cowboys was going to be a better
big arm.
Yeah,
that's all I can say. Joe Milton's got a big arm. We'll
take a look. We'll take a look, and hopefully you see a little bit of progress right there as the Cowboys take on the Ravens, the Baltimore Ravens.
I mean, I'm curious to see what Atlanta does tonight. Of course, I'd like to see what Cam Ward can do with the ones as well. So. I think the Falcons and Titans will be a pretty decent matchup. And then Chiefs and Seahawks, that rounds out the Friday fun for football tonight. So more looking forward to the first matchup, though, even though I guess the better teams are the marquee or towards the latter game, right? But I still want to see some of the young studs, some of the new college transfers come into the NFL here and light it up a little bit. I am curious to see what Ward's doing, because Ward's on one of my dynasty teams. So
yeah.
Man, it's put it all in the bag, put my bag all in, man. I didn't have a choice, dude. When you miss on a few quarterbacks, sometimes you got to take what's the best available, and hopefully Cam Ward is the real deal.
So you're interested to watch tonight Atlanta and their starting quarterback, Michael Penis. Did you see how that deal on Atlanta TV where Michael Penis, they put Michael Penis on his name on the name bar?
I did not see that.
Michael Penis Jr. or Senior, whatever he is. You knew somebody would do that. Yeah. Full NFL.
All right, buddy. Where do you want to go first, man?
Let's jump into Alabama, but before we do that, let's talk about some of the great folks that make our programming possible. And of course, we always start with our friends at Covert BK.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Go see those fine folks this weekend, covertbcave.com. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, I have to tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We love our master bathroom renovation that those folks did. If you're looking for something like that, a kitchen renovation, an outdoor project, or looking for a new build, you need a new home, you've outgrown the one that you're in, these folks can take care of it for you. They've been doing it for over 40 years. Family-owned operation right here in the Austin, Texas area. And our man, Mike McCall, and his amazing trades continue to do great work. I'm a very satisfied customer. Just read all of the Google reviews, and now they are a 5-star rated business. So there you go. That's all you need right there. The proof is in the pudding. And I'll tell you, if you get people to write a good review about you, sometimes that's the hardest thing to do because everybody's so negative all the time, Wags, pointing out the bad shit. Well, McCall Custom Homes has been doing it right. 40 years. Family owned and operated. We build value into your home. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Call or text our man Mike at 512-633-9580. It is McCall Custom Home.
And there's a new lawyer in town. It's Hecht Law Firm. When the storm hits, you got to call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. He's your go-to personal attorney right here in Austin. Proud Texans, Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. Brings that same pride, fire, and passion into the courtroom. If you're injured in a car wreck, hurt on the job, or that dog bites you, or maybe you get cut in the pool or some shit like that, you got to give Ryan a call, man. 512-938-8929. Injured in a car accident, we know that he's got you covered, man. Just give him a call right now. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the loot in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with his clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and could be supporting you right now. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Let him fight for you. Just give him a call. 512-938-8929. That's 512-938-8929 at Ryan@HechtLawFirm.com. Again, Ryan@HechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Tell them the boys from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Breaking news.
It's coming down a little early. Thank you, CB. I ran across it right when I saw your note right there. We were talking earlier, the Michigan sanctions with the was supposed to come down this afternoon. Pete Thamel reporting sources among Michigan's punishments in the in all of this. Per him, so he's reporting this. Michigan receives a significant fine expected to be more than $20 million from loss of postseason football revenue for the next 2 seasons. Michigan coach Jerome Moore is given an additional game suspension, which is expected to take place in 2026. The school already shit. The school
don't stack it on him too much. Don't stack it on him.
Yeah, take it easy on this guy. You know, he's newer to the job. The school already proposed a self-imposed 2-game ban for this upcoming season, which is slated for week 3 and 4, but of course not when it's Oklahoma. So
do they get to keep the title?
No mention of the title being vacated. So there you go. There you go. There it is, my man. Weeks and months and years of waiting for that
stuff. I mean, 20. What's seriously though? What's 20 million to Michigan? Is 20 million? Is 20 million a slap on the wrist? Really? $20 million?
That is
slap
a lot.
On the wrist?
That is a lot. That is a lot.
That's gonna get earmarked. Who's that getting? Where's it going? It's gonna get earmarked. It's getting spent somewhere. It's not getting saved. People don't save money these days, right?
Yeah, I would see how that one goes on the books. When you're going through the books and see what that says. Missouri, yeah.
Missouri gets.
Yeah, well, that's Missouri. That's Missouri. Oh, and vacates 30 wins. Let's take a look. If that part, and again, this is all, as they say on the news, this is a very fluid situation that we're working on right here. I don't see about that, but again, what does that mean?
We got to get you to pull the article up. We're gonna work. I'm gonna come over this weekend and we're gonna.
Oh no! I know how to do it. Like I said, it's on a different screen.
Because if you can pull the comments up, you can pull the article.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I don't see anything about vacating wins. Everything is just telling us that. So, it's a joke. Okay, thank you. Well, in a fluid situation, we don't have time for jokes.
Wait a second. So you're saying Thamel it's not a real report?
No, the thing about vacating the wins.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. So again,
I thought you just said that Thamel's report was a joke. I was just like, well, damn, man. All right. So, stuff actually might be coming down the line then. All right. So Michigan, 20 million. Rodney says 20 million is a slap on the wrist. I still think that's a significant chunk of change, man. That's a lot of tacos, buddy. That's a lot of tacos.
Yeah, that is a whole lot of money. And I don't know what does this do? Does this hurt recruiting? Does this hurt? I mean, obviously it hurts your transfer portal. 20 million, isn't that what you can spend? So that's a year's worth of revenue sharing, I guess, that you're about to lose, right?
Is that the cap? You only have 20. Like, I didn't know that they put a cap on that.
That was what I saw for this first round that was coming through. So there it is. We've been waiting for that, and it's all done. Connor Stallions.
The Stallions has taken effect, huh?
Where is that guy? I think
he's probably doing a porn movie somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, that dude's buried.
Nobody knows. All right. We're at the about 20 minutes left in the show. Where you want to go, man? You talk about Crimson Tide?
Alabama Crimson Tide, my man. Here they are.
Roll Tide. I don't know the school song. I shouldn't know the school song anyways. But what's going to happen? What's the madness that's going to happen in Tuscaloosa this year, buddy?
Well, I mean, we talked about yesterday to where Texas is the new Alabama, so everybody seems to think that after one season of Kalen DeBoer that the Alabama dynasty's done, brother. So I guess.
Well, then I might be crazy because I have them doing very well this year. So
I don't think that they're done. As a matter of fact, just from stuff that I have read and that I've heard out of Alabama camp, it's like this is that phase to where everybody's now more comfortable with this new system, to where it's like it's an adjustment. You're going from this to that, and you're replacing a legend. And from everything that I hear, there's plenty of talent there in Tuscaloosa, and people are feeling really comfortable in training camp right now.
4 linemen return.
Yep.
The running back room is stout. It's deep. They got talented wide receivers as well. The question mark is the quarterback, right?
Simpson, I'm sorry.
Simpson can stay healthy. My question to you is, can DeBoer make this guy like or I guess develop this guy like he developed Penix? If that's the question, then we are looking at a potential Alabama team that could knock the shit out of the SEC this year.
That's my fear, because it does sound like this is a Jalen Milroe prototype with this guy sitting behind Milroe. And we can see Milroe's going to play this week. You should get a lot of game from him with Seattle, one of the games you highlighted there. But I think this is a guy I was actually listening to.
Strong arm, accurate.
He can run. I was listening to the Dynasty podcast, which the former Alabama great quarterback A.J. McCarron is a part of that. And A.J. McCarron talked about what he sees in Ty Simpson.
I think Ty has a chance to be extremely good. You know, he has all the makeup to be an elite quarterback, right? So can he put these years of sitting, watching a ton of mental reps along with last year, finally getting in at certain times and put it all together, take care of the football, and lead Bama to a SEC title season? And I think he can.
There you go. So high praise right there. And again, a lot of it is that whole process where we talk about Arch. This whole process with Arch, or this whole thing with Arch, has been a process. And it sounds like that's what's happened here. So yeah, it does center around this guy, because you look at all their metrics, they weren't bad. They just shit the bed in the bad games.
Yeah, I mean, and also like they shouldn't be letting schools from Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous beat them either, right? Here we talk about battle of the trenches and trench warfare consistently on this program, right? They returned 4 offensive linemen. They only lose Tim Smith on defense, on their defensive line. So the return, the entire room basically except for Smith, they got trench warfare down, right? They absolutely have, the pieces in place. If they can figure out this quarterback situation, they're going to be deadly. They're absolutely going to be deadly.
That really is their only, and I don't consider that a weakness. That is just
it's just a question mark. It's not it's not a weakness. It's a question mark. It's like, what are we going to get? So they got talent there. They just got to, they got to callus it up and shape it up. So
that defense is scary, Wags. Those guys that you're talking about. I mean, you got a top 10 dude in every position. Window.
They're pretty, and their linebackers can fly. Their linebackers get tackle to tackle almost better than anybody. I mean, sideline to sideline, they're very lateral speeds, fantastic. We'll see. We'll see how they can do. It's a top notch unit, man. Between Jefferson and Jones here, we'll see how they can get it going. They're pretty damn nasty. They can fly.
And for Simpson, I mean, pretty damn nice safety blanket is Ryan Williams. I mean, that's going to make your job a little bit easier. I mean, somewhat, when you've got that dude. So, yeah, for the folks that are with the the downfall of Alabama and so forth and so on. I mean,
when you're 6'2" and 230, you shouldn't be able to move like 4.40. Like you should not be able to do that. That's a nightmare. That's an absolute nightmare, man. But hey, it's not going to be long before you're starting to see creatures and animals and mythical figures like this, in the Texas line. Hell, we already have them in the Texas line. They're just going to be deeply rooted in the Texas roster.
I mean, we look at this where you kind of look at what we would maybe think the top of the SEC with Texas, Georgia, and Alabama. It's like they're just Georgia.
To the point of what we were talking yesterday, right? Like, is Alabama done? Alabama's fallen off their championship mantle, right? Or they can't contend for a championship. the proof is in the pudding, as you like to say today, amigo. They can just they still have that program. They still have the supplement in place to just reload, right? The succession plan is still there to where they can just reload. So
yeah.
And seeing the genius that the Boer can do, especially his development that he had with Penix. If anything can happen with Ty Simpson, I think that Alabama can make a run and be in contention for an SEC championship. I agree with McCarron, man. I'm not trying to be so optimistic on every team that we cover, but I mean, hell, we're in the top 10 for a reason, you know what I mean? And any one of these schools can make a bid at it. So I'm just giving my take on optimistic, their optimal season here. I got them at a one-loss season. So we'll go down, and that loss is Georgia. So at Florida State, that's a dub. ULM, that's a dub. Wisconsin, that's a dub. At Georgia, that's a loss. Vanderbilt, that's a dub. At Missouri, and of course, I mean, you got question marks. It's still like from last year, they lost the teams that they should have been able to handle, right? At Missouri, that's a dub. Tennessee, that's a dub. At South Carolina, that's a dub. LSU, big question mark, right? But I got Alabama winning this because it's in Tuscaloosa. Oklahoma, that's a dub. Eastern Illinois, that's a dub. And the Iron Bowl at Auburn, that's a dub. All right, that's best case scenario, optimal scenario. All right, one loss team. I mean, hell, honestly, they could. They could go clean. Honestly, they could be. I don't think Georgia is untouchable. I don't. Anything can happen. But yeah, it's. I mean, realistically, I see him as a one-loss team. Worst case scenario, they lose to LSU. They struggle with South Carolina.
Yeah.
And lose to Georgia. So they could be a three-loss team. Worst case scenario, in my opinion. High floor for Alabama. And ceiling could be clean. They could be in heaven. They really could.
And isn't that like when we're predicting the downfall of Alabama? It's like, okay, you had a 4-loss season, which again for them that's not, but 2 or 3 losses, the downfall continues. But I think with the Georgia game, if the Georgia game were later, because it is going to be the Simpson question, the quarterback part, and that
yeah, for sure.
That game being so early in the season, if that were pushed down a little bit further where we had a little more time to get acclimated to the actual game speed, to all of that, I think that it may bode a little bit more for them. But yeah, the LSU game we talked about the other day when we talked about the Tigers, that's going to be massive right there on November.
It's a question mark. It's a question mark.
Yeah. And I do think, I mean, to go back to the Cox, I think having to go to South Carolina, I think that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Could be a trip-up game there, but I'm totally with you. It's a one-loss team at worst,
and look,
maybe 4.
So many things have to happen, like they have to align to have a perfect season, right? And you got to have luck. You got to have durability. It's just and most of it is luck, right? It's people don't go down, right? You win the battle of attrition, and good things can happen if you're healthy late in the season, right?
Yeah.
If you get just because you get through your SEC conference doesn't mean you're going to get through the playoff too.
That's exactly right. And I think when you were going through the schedule, I thought it's like I think. Where is it? Right there. Delgado's point. I think they are going to destroy Vanderbilt this year. That's in Tuscaloosa. And I think that's going to be, they're going to take every frustration.
Yeah, they're going to take out their frustrations from last year's loss. There was a lot of chirping from Vandy, last year after, and rightfully so. I mean, rightfully so, dude.
And Wags, if you go back and you look at the whole downfall of Alabama, started with that game. That's where it's like, if you're getting beat by
they were fighting against each other. They were undisciplined. They were fighting against each other.
Yeah.
Alabama, it's a lot of infighting. They just couldn't get the shit, and that's when a lot of questions started to happen for DeBoer. So
this is just a system thing. These people are learning a new system, and they're going to be, unfortunately, they're going to be fine.
8 returning back on defense too. Again, and we know that the development process that DeBoer can make out of the quarterback, but ultimately, like this running back room is loaded. Like there's going to be a lot of ground and pound. There's going to be a lot of running production from Roll Tide. So
yeah.
I'm high on Bama this year. I'm high on a lot of schools.
Well, and that's at this point where we're at in our top 20. I mean, the whole top 20 is good. The whole top 25 is good. I mean, it's like, and we do need to somebody messaged me the other day and they said, hey, are y'all going to talk about UNT, Texas State, UTSA? Are y'all going to preview them? We can preview them at some point.
Absolutely. We'll give regional shout outs. Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll give you our thoughts. You probably don't want to hear them, but you may not want to hear them.
Based off their schedule, I'll give you a fair assessment.
Yeah, all those schools they're all in the bowl projections I was talking about earlier. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those schools are very important. Very important.
All right, man, we got about 10 minutes, dude, and I could honestly go for an hour on this next topic. It's our top five.
Top five.
Or first and foremost, any saved rounds for Bama?
Any what? I'm sorry.
Any saved rounds for Bama? You got anything left?
Just you can put them in the dirt. You put them in the ground. Just don't kick the dirt over them yet, because they're gonna do like the Undertaker. Boom.
Oh, Paul Bear. Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Wait, it was Paul Bearer, right? That's
Paul
what
Bearer
in the urn. Paul Bearer in the urn.
Yeah, that dude used to be Percy Pringle in world class wrestling. Percival Pringle the third.
He was a wrestler?
No, he was a manager then too.
Oh, okay.
But he didn't wear all that shit that he did with the Undertaker. But yeah, that shit would freak me out. Dude.
Yeah, he wasn't a funeral like. What a bit! What a weird bit, man. He wasn't a funeral. He wasn't a funeral, or I guess hell, he wasn't.
And then remember Kane? Kane was burned in a house fire. And then
isn't Glenn like a mayor somewhere?
Probably.
I think Kane, I think he's a mayor, like a real mayor somewhere in Tennessee or some shit.
I always thought it was like so that dude's face got so bad, whatever, burned
hair.
Yeah, in world.
I gotta look this up.
Yeah, Percival Pringle the third was his name in world class, and he didn't do all that.
Imagine that dude with blonde hair, man.
Dude, it is crazy.
That would look like something you'd see at a carnival, I would think.
Well, this is world class wrestling in Dallas, so there you go.
All right, buddy, let's get into it, man. Our top five. Top five video games. I'm going to let you go first.
I was going to say you start. That way you have time to go.
No.
Mine will be fast.
We will go late if we have to. I mean, these guys ain't coming on till quarter after anyways. We know this. Talking about me being late all the time. Come on. All right, where are we going?
They'll be all early today. No, number five. Shocker. Little Tetris for Double R.
Hey, that's a great one. Have you seen do you have Apple TV?
I do.
Watch the movie Tetris on how they got the rights of Tetris out of Russia.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. It's a really cool story, man.
Okay. Hey, Too Broke to Pay Attention. I'd love to talk to you sometime, man. No Sportatorium, man. I'd love to hear stories about the Sportatorium with WCW.
Hell yeah, dude. I'd love to get some old recall stories on that.
Oh man, I've heard cool things about that place. Number 4, you're gonna have a lot of Wii in this because that's what me and the girls.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Number 4, dude. We used to jam out to Guitar Hero, the girls and I. My girls would take the guitar. And one would do the
comments on too, bud.
Yeah, one would do the bar thing that made it go. One would do
the whammy bar,
and the other girl would do the fingers. And we just sit there, and now it's like they got into classic rock because of Guitar Hero. So that's
nice.
A little high on my list right there. That's the memories we made here at home.
Did they get any Foreigner? Did they get to do any Foreigner?
Oh yeah. I forget which one was on there. I forget which Foreigner song was on there, but they did that. And Mississippi Woman, and they'd be sitting there singing it and hitting the little things. And I'm like, look at these little hoodlum children of mine over here.
We used to do that shit back when I was in the Marine Corps, right? We would have just like rock band parties, right? Yeah. And I can't remember if it was my wife or if it was somebody else's wife that got so irritated with us singing, like she just took one of the fucking guitars. I don't think my wife would do that. I think it was I think it was Matt's wife, as a matter of fact. I think it was Hannah. I'm outing her. I'm outing her right now. I think it was her. I think it was her that took the guitar and broke it over the damn counter.
Wags, I've got 2 Guitar Hero guitars sitting behind my door over there to come into this room. We did a house clean out, and the wife is like, let's get rid of these. I'm like, no, I still have the Wii. I need to get Tom McKay and them to come up here and hook me up the Wii here.
Juice it up, man. You got to get it juiced up.
I don't want to move that TV. I bought a couple of new remotes a couple of summers ago because the girls were like, we want to play again. So, anyway.
Dude, I still have we have the Wii U still. I keep it for Mario Kart 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get a little messed up trying to play a little Mario Kart.
Dude, I love the Wii. Number 3 for me, and this will be very, very much just me. It was NASCAR 98. It was one of the first games on PlayStation that I ever played. You still had to use the controller and all that. But the thing about it is this entire video game, whatever phase you get, you're jamming out to I'm flirting with disaster. And the whole game.
That's the soundtrack. It's only one song.
It's that song, most of that thing. And you're just racing the whole time. And it's like that song.
You might want to turn that song down and put some commentary on, man.
Yeah, turn some. Well, they have commentary back then. At least I could never find it. So Molly Hatchet, a little Molly Hatchet for you.
Little band, Molly. What the Gator Country?
Shoot, I don't know. I just know Molly Hatchet.
Molly Hatchet Gator Country. I think that's what it's called. Anyways, all right, continue. My bad.
Number 2, first racing game I ever played at Showbiz Pizza. Pole position. Prepare to qualify. Boop, boop.
Arcade
boop, off you go. That was a lot of fun. Number 1 for me, again, this is back to the girls because countless hours.
Sure.
We were up all night playing this shit, dude. Golf, doing basketball, the Wii Sports Resort. The guys ruined it yesterday. When they said Wii, I'm like, you bastards, you late ass bastards. And they ruined my bit right there. But that's my intriguing bunch of video.
Not a bad bunch. Now I'm gonna get real nerdy on you here, okay? And please, guys, strap in. I'm gonna start reading your all's comments too. See what your all's top 5 are. Scroll up a little bit so I can see. All right, I see Patrick's GoldenEye number 1, Street Fighter number 2, Mario Kart number 4. Oh, you just took it off.
Sorry.
Super Bases Loaded. I didn't know there was a Super Bases Loaded. It must have been for the Super Nintendo. And then Paperboy. Right on. Dig Dug. Okay, Dig Dug. Pong, Tetris, Galaga, Oregon Trail. Craig Way would love you, Jake. Craig Way would absolutely love you with the Galaga reference right there.
I used to play a lot of Asteroids. I remember I'd be at my
Galaga. He's got Galaga. You think I'm a nerd? Craig Way's got like the Galaga tone.
Oh,
like when you call him and his phone rings, he's got like the Galaga soundtrack, like the soundbite goes off, like the 8-bit soundtrack goes off.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember I'd play Asteroids all the time on the 2600, and I'd take the 2600 to my aunt's house when I'd go stay with her, and I'd be in there playing Asteroids, and she'd come walking in and say, "Are you playing Hemorrhoids again?"
Hemorrhoid. Good boy. So too broke to pay attention. Top 5 video games of all time, but honestly, like I'm interested to hear your top 5 video games, not like the top 5 best video games.
Yeah.
Of course, that would probably, I'm sure that would differ from 1 or 2, but I mean, yeah, these are the top 5 video games I've played right now. Remember
for us, yeah.
I've played video games all growing up, but I mean, the video games that they make these days are like movies, like cinematic masterpieces, man. Cinematic playthroughs that you go through, basically. So again, I probably won't have most of the classics on there, and I'm gonna cheat. Okay, I'm cheating because I'm gonna use series in place of games. Like, so instead of just one game, I'm gonna say like this series here. So there are too many good games out there, good titles that I don't know. I stayed up late trying to do this. I really did. First and foremost, number 5. First Dark Souls game I ever played in my life, and a Dark Souls game will actually make you a better gamer just because it'll teach you how to parry, it'll teach you how to see, all of the the rhythm and all of the actual, hit fatigue that the AI will go through or the NPC will go through to try and actually kill you and stuff. You got to see all the attack strategies or attack moves that it does, and once you get its moves down, then you can dodge and parry and kill it that way. Elden Ring, probably one of the hardest games I've ever played. Still haven't beaten it fully yet, and I've had it for about 3 years. And the story, you're familiar with Game of Thrones, right, Rodney?
Yes, sir. I know what that is.
George R.R. Martin, wrote the lore for this video game as well, and it is deep. It is absolutely deep, man. And of course, it's crazy, and it does take on some mythical lore like Game of Thrones does, right? With some of like the enchantments and everything. But I mean, if you guys grew up playing Zelda, this is Zelda on absolute Ultimate Warrior steroids. Like it's one of the best adventure chronicle games that I've ever played. Yeah, exactly. Number 4, this is where I'm cheating a good bit, right? Just because they're all so clean and they're beautiful, and it's fictional history, right? It's not real history, but it just takes you down like paths of what happened and gives you alternate storylines that could have happened. Number 4 is Assassin's Creed, the Assassin's Creed series. And when I say the series, it's ultimately, like, Ezio Auditore was one of the best assassins out there, but I mean, Altair was the first assassin, and then you go through the Viking realms, you go through Rome, now you're in Japan and being a samurai, for assassins. So they're taking you all through the cultures, and you're getting not just that, you're also getting to see the world, right? They take virtually, you're getting to see the world digitally and virtually, right? But they actually take like Google references, Google landscapes, and put them in their designs. And when they design their cities and the cathedrals that you see in France and all that, man, it's stuff that I probably won't get around to seeing in all of my lifetime. So it's really cool to see that. Assassin's Creed, man, they absolutely knocked it out of the park. They're my number 4 for top 5. Red Dead Redemption 2. I'd love, I mean, Red Dead Redemption 1 is fantastic too, but Red Dead Redemption 2, I mean, this could honestly be higher, but it's number 3 right here. Just it's the middle solid core. NPCs, non-playable characters, they all have a purpose in Red Dead Redemption 2, right? Like, even if you see the guy that's outside the, the general store, right? You see him sawing, you'll see him, sawing some wood there on a sawhorse, right? He's not just doing that the entire game. Like, you see him taking, collecting the stacks of wood that he's sawing off, and then he's moving them up to build a barn. And then, as the game progresses, daily, you'll see that barn get built. So, and it's not just that character, like every character has a duty or has an assignment to what they're doing. Every non-playable character has an assignment to what they're doing. It's just a very well thought out title, a very well thought out game. It's got online play capabilities as well. And I mean, hell, the storyline itself, it's what, almost 8 chapters. It's 8 chapters. It's long. It's lengthy. You're going to get your money's worth of it, right? And it tells a great story. It's made by Rockstar Games, so it's done by the same people that make Grand Theft Auto. But also, a little teaser there. So the strawberry that you see, like the strawberry reference of the land, like it's up here in Strawberry, right? Like in Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Well, if you look closely in Grand Theft Auto, there's actually Strawberry Avenue, and it's kind of got the same landscape that Grand Theft Auto does in portions of it. So it's a really cool little Easter egg that Rockstar put in there. Again, if you're paying attention to it, you've probably seen it before. That's my number 3, Red Dead Redemption 2. And I could go on forever, right? Number 2. First game that got me into multiple online player, it's Battlefield. Right, not just the campaigns, because it takes me, my veteran self. I'm gonna enjoy some shooter games, right? Of course, I'm gonna have like a shooter game on my list, right? But the campaigns of Battlefield they're pretty much unmatched. Now, I know a lot of people don't play the campaigns, but you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't. Like, these games are known for their multiplayer and online play, but honestly, like, it's a breath of fresh air. It's a masterpiece. It's artwork that you get to see when you play the campaign. Now, online play is fantastic too. Like, it's what got me into the Battlefield is the first game that got me into online play. Nobody does destruction like Battlefield. They just don't. You can take a C4, put it on a building, collapse a building, and then have somebody get destroyed. Like, that's what Battlefield does. That's what they encompass. I thought there's a few that have been duds out of their series, but ultimately Battlefield usually delivers. Battlefield 6, guys, if you haven't checked it out yet, it's going to deliver. Number 1, God of War series. The God of War series by far takes the cake just because of mythology. I absolutely love, going through, each of the Norse mythology, Greek mythology, and you get to see some Roman mythology too, Egyptian mythology as well. Assassin's Creed is fantastic. It's one of the best, not Assassin's Creed. God of War is one of the best series that you guys will ever play. I highly advise you to go check it out. Kratos and Company, make sure you do it. That's my number 1. And I don't want to take up any more time of Nick and Will. So that's my top 5 video games. Thank you guys for letting me get nerdy right there.
Have you ever played LA Noire? It's a Rockstar
LA
game.
Noire is pretty good, man.
Matter
of fact, there's a lot of the cast from Mad Men.
Noted. I didn't know that.
A lot of the people that did Mad Men are voiceovers for LA Noire. But yeah, how you got to actually interrogate them and go through.
Yeah. Now, I was like 12 years old playing that game. I probably shouldn't have been, because there was a lot of titty in that game. But it was
nice. Good
stuff, though. It was good
What's
stuff.
it called?
LA Noire. I don't even know how to say that. I'm not.
You know what? I think I am gonna buy Rodney Red Dead Redemption 2.
Sounds like a cologne. LA
just
Noire.
so he gets a chance, because Rodney's got a PlayStation 5. You know what I mean? So, and I think Red Dead Redemption 2 is only like $20 right now. So I think nice little gift for you. But
thank you.
You'll have fun with it, man. You'll absolutely have fun. But
nice.
Gents, I mean, we got a little bit of Will yesterday. He's all sports there, Nick.
I will say, the new Mafia game came out or is coming out, and it's on PS5 for the first time. It's The Old Country, so I might try that one.
Oh, all right. You're going back to Sicily, huh?
Maybe.
We'll see.
There it
see where
is.
it takes you. Nick, off the cuff, any games top 5?
Yeah, I'm a sports video games guy, and it's very limited too. I am very boring when it comes to video games. I've maybe played like 5.
Could have heard mine. Yeah, it was
like LA Noire is really like outside of the stratosphere of what I've played in my life. Like, I played a little GTA 5. I played like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 like 15 years ago. And that's
there's so many good titles out there, man. There's just they're digital cinematic masterpieces, honestly, in my opinion. So
hey, Nick, when he said
dialogue's great, it's a really good story. So.
When he said top 5 video games, I was going to put pinball. Number 1, pinball. Is that a video game?
Flappy Bird.
I'm a nerd, man. Deep to the core, I'm a nerd. So I don't know what to tell you. In video games, I'll probably play video games until I'm too arthritic to move a mouse or keyboard. So I don't know.
I respect it.
Hey, man, it beats going out and spending so much money on booze or whatnot. So
yes, 100%. Rather spend it on V-Bucks,
V-Bucks. But I don't play that much Fortnite, as a matter of fact.
I do play Fortnite. I will say that. But if you can convince me to play a game that like I don't have to complete a story over the course of like 6 months, then I'm probably in. But if I have to like do the story,
that's when you're getting your money's worth, Nick.
And I agree. I'm just dumb. Like I just like my boring, plain vanilla video games. Let me just hop into a Nuggets and Sixers game with Julius Erving and Nikola Jokic, and let's have some fun around.
Let me work on my 18th season in Madden right now.
Yes.
Right now I'm playing PGA 25, and I've got my own character. I've got my own golfing dude, and it's like I play 4 days of a tournament, but I usually only have to play 6 holes a day. So it's like, okay, then I stop. I'm done. So yeah.
I will argue with you, Jack Burton. He says there's nothing tangible in my hand after buying V-Bucks. I disagree, because I bought the Hank Hill character and I had a tangible smile for a good like 2 months. That is false.
Love it.
Galaga number 1. Is this Craig Way? Galaga number 1.
That's my cousin. That's got to be my cousin.
I feel like this is Craig Way or Craig Way's cousin.
Yeah, or my cousin. If he's too broke to pay attention, that's in my family right there.
All right, James, we're going to get out of here all here, man. Have a great weekend. Have a fun Friday, and we'll be listening, guys. Be well.
Next week.
Be a great one.
All right, Nick. A Friday edition of the Lone Star Playbook with the two of us for the first time in a couple of weeks. You out of Oxnard yet?
I am. I began the drive yesterday. I made it to sorry, that's my dog. Made it to Albuquerque last night, so that's where I am. And finishing the drive today. Should be home by about 11 p.m. tonight once I get on the road.
Lovely. I know it's been, what were you there for, a full month? 4 weeks?
A little over 4 weeks. It was about 29 days, but I love the weather out there. I love some of the food. I think the Texas food is better. But it's a great place to be. But by about week 3, you're like, holy shit, get me home. It gets rough. It gets rough.
Yeah, I bet. We've got a few things to talk about, kind of go back and forth between the Cowboys and some college football stuff. Wanted to start out with, finally, 2 years later, it seems like we are done with the Michigan sign stealing scandal. The NCAA revealed their sanctions today. I'll go ahead and pull this up. So 4 years of probation, that does not mean postseason probation, so they can still make the postseason. A $50,000 fine plus 10% of the budget for the football program. That is much more than $50,000. I'm not sure why they added a $50,000 in here, because that's kind of chump change compared to the 10%. A fine equivalent to the anticipated loss of all postseason competition revenue sharing associated with the 25 and 26 football seasons. A fine equivalent to the cost of 10% of the scholarships awarded in Michigan for the 2025-26 academic year. A 25% reduction in football official visits during the 25-26 season. This one's really interesting. I'm not sure, it seems like this means the full, 26-27 cycle, from now up until next year. So from, the beginning of the season until the end of June of next year. That would be pretty big. Yes, they can host as many people on unofficials as they want. But you're going to have to, tell some of your legitimate targets that you can't officially visit them in the summer. And that's going to be probably a big hit. There's also a 14-week probation on recruiting communications in the football program during the probation period. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Probation in the NCAA usually means nothing. It's more just a show cause thing, from a program standpoint, not just the staffers. And now we get to the staffers. Connor Stallions, I really can't believe this guy has, we're still talking about him. He played such a minor role at Michigan. He gets an 8-year show cause, restrict him from all athletically related activities during the show cause period. He's been coaching in high school. He coached Bryce Underwood in his senior year. This guy's doing just fine, and I'm sure he still has support in Ann Arbor. Jim Harbaugh, who's long gone and has been, entering his second year with the Chargers, has a 10-year show cause. Same thing. It begins on August 7th of 28 because he's still serving his previous show cause from, the original findings. Jim Harbaugh will never coach in college again. He's got a job in the NFL that will likely be his last job. And if it's not, I'm sure he'll be an analyst or, round his career out with someone else. Not too big. Denard Robinson, who I forgot was a part of this whole thing. He was the associate director of player personnel at Michigan. He gets 3-year show cause. Same thing. And then Sharon Moore, here's the big one. Sharon Moore has a 3-game suspension, 2-year show cause. So Michigan has decided to suspend him for 2 of the games this year. I would imagine it's, they play 3 non-conference. 2 of those are against non-Power 5 teams, and one of them is against Oklahoma. So I would imagine that he's coaching for the Oklahoma game and coaching for all the Big Ten games, and then misses, maybe they play Fresno State again or Central Michigan or someone like that. And then he'll miss 1 game next year. So all in all, I don't know what you could have really expected at this point. It's not like Michigan was going to get a postseason ban. Again, I don't think that's what this is, because I haven't seen people saying that. But it seems like, kind of got what we expected here. Just a lot of individual punishments and, some, I guess, major implications on the program. The 25% reduction in official visits is a big deal. But other than that, it's all financial.
How I've always interpreted a show cause order is basically that these staffers are not allowed to communicate with recruits during that time period. So is this also saying that they can't be a part of the football program at all for 10 years for Jim Harbaugh's case?
I think that means, yes, Connor Stallions, Jim Harbaugh, Denard Robinson cannot be a part of Michigan football, or I guess any football.
And that was about to be my next question. Is it just Michigan or just in general?
I would imagine this means all of college football, because it doesn't say, it says restricting him in all three cases, restricting him from all athletically related activities. I think that's kind of phrased odd. Like I would have put all NCAA related activities or all Michigan related activities, because this almost makes it seem like he can't coach sports at all. Like this is far too vague of classification. But yeah, I would imagine that means all NCAA. Again, I don't think Denard Robinson was going to coach or be a part of any other program. Connor Stalions was never going to get another job in college football. And like I said, I don't think Harbaugh ever ends up making it back there anyways. So
what a bad 1.5 year period for Denard Robinson. Like, not only did this happen, but NCAA 25 came out, so everyone forgot about NCAA 14 with him on the cover. It's just Denard Robinson's stock is plummeting these days.
Yeah, him not having the last cover anymore. That's he didn't have a good NFL career, and so the legend of Denard Robinson has kind of fumbled over the last, like you said, year and a half. There's also a NCAA press conference at noon today to discuss the Michigan case. So hopefully by Monday or Tuesday, either you or Jordan or me is able to kind of break this down. It's saying that it seems like Michigan is going to kind of try to appeal this again and maybe say that from a recruiting side, it shouldn't have any consequences. So see if we go another year, another 2 years with this. But it seems like finally, like I said, we can just kind of put this behind us.
Yeah. This is the recruiting ramifications surprised me as well. Comment here from Jake Bayless at 910. They seriously fucked up letting us get to Friday. They sure did, buddy. What else you got on the docket here, Will?
We can go with some Texas recruiting. Me and Jordan talked about the 2028 rankings yesterday. Just kind of break those down once again real quick because Jordan went through about 20 names. I can give you just a few that are definitely names to know for Texas. Jaden Wade is the number one spot in the rankings. 2028, just want to preface that again, 2028 rankings. Jaden Wade out of IMG Academy, quarterback, 1-1 for the third time in 3 years, I believe. A quarterback has debuted as the number one prospect in the class. Texas extended and offered him on June 1st when he was at the elite camp, and they're considered to be near the top. This seems like one that may not necessarily go extremely fast, but as you see with a lot of these, big-time quarterbacks, probably next summer is when we're looking at, a decision. And Texas is already in the mix for him, and they're in the mix for Neiman Lawrence, who ranks as the number 4 quarterback in these rankings, also out of Florida at Miami Northwestern. I talked about it yesterday. And Neiman Lawrence was planning on being coached by Teddy Bridgewater over at Northwestern, and then Teddy Bridgewater got screwed. I'll say he got screwed out of a job after winning a state championship for being a good coach and being a good role model. But Neiman Lawrence,
how dare he?
You can't have fun, and you can't put the players in a good situation. That is what Florida high school football, whoever runs that whole operation over there, has told Teddy Bridgewater and told the city of Miami. Ermani Edwards at number 4 overall at a Cy Ranch. Man, Cy Ranch has got some players now, probably the most stacked roster they've had in the last 5 or 6 years. With him, the number 1 offensive tackle in the country, Amari Vickerson, high 3-star defensive lineman, Texas is also in on, and then Calvin Thomas in the 26 class, who Texas was heavily interested in, linebacker over there, who ended up choosing, I believe, North Carolina. So, the other ones in this in-state class, none that really Texas has done a ton of work with. Micah Rhodes, might have already mentioned him today, but Texas legacy, grandfather played in the late 80s, and there's a ton of interest there, but he's got influences all across the country. He's going to be Texas' number 1 target running back in 28. I don't think there's a chance he reclassifies, but if there was, I think he would be close to, if not at the top, for 27. Jalen Adai, the son of Joseph Adai, over at Shadow Creek, ranked as the number 32 prospect. So although these, you may see some composite rankings where players 5 stars, at this point, 24/7 does not rank 5-star prospects heading into their sophomore year. So everyone is 5-star. That being said, Jalen Dye is number 32. So in the projection, he is the last player taken in the 2030 NFL draft. Last player taken in the first round. James Foster at a Lancaster safety. That's one Texas has already gone in on. Jaden Herndon, Longview. They've had a ton of great pass catchers there in the last decade or so, and it seems like he's going to follow in the footsteps of some big names that have ended up at big spots. Jai Storm Knight out of Judson. It's another one Texas has been in with for a long time. I believe he was the first 28 offensive line offer, and they really like him. So we got 10 guys in the state that are ranked, but the 28 class seems pretty loaded, beginning to end. Like there's going to be some guys. There's already some guys in the Houston area. I'd say this is much more of a loaded Houston area class than we've seen in probably 3 or 4 cycles just from the start. Dallas is always going to be loaded, and then we'll see where the rest fit in.
I saw these 2028 rankings drop yesterday, and I went through them, and there's actually a Cowboys connection. The number 90, I believe, overall player is Aiden Ezaraku. He is the younger brother of Donovan Ezaraku, who was drafted in the 2nd round this year by the Cowboys. So that was cool to see. But when I saw these rankings drop down, 2028, that's crazy to think about, right? Like I graduated in 2018, and I know there's some older people in the chat, but that makes me feel really old, being that the 10-year anniversary is coming up. But even further than that, Will, this means we are only 3 years away from baby Gronk.
Are we actually?
2031.
2031?
3 years away from the baby Gronk class. So
I can tell you what, I've got inside sources on all 3 recruiting sites. He's going to be the number 1 player, no matter what happens in the 3 years. He's going to stay there the entire time.
I mean, he had 45 offers by the time he was like 8, and he committed 14 times. So, I mean, you may as well. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Is the Rizzler in that class too, or is he
Nah, he's going to be like 34. He's going to be like 34, 35. Yeah, we got a few more years for the Riz.
What do you think, D-line or O-line?
I think he can lean up and play tight end. I think he's got some juice there. It wouldn't.
I'll tell you what, he has a good enough PR team where I think he legitimately, like, if he put his mind to it, he could get the best trainers in the world, and he could legitimately be like a good athlete. Maybe baseball, not basketball. Like, I'm sure that kid's not going to be any taller than about 5'7" or 5'8". But you never know. Like with the resources that he's been given over the last year or so. You never know. This is the state of college football recruiting, by the way.
This is.
Yeah.
There is a recruiting site out there that already has a baby Gronk profile page. I'm gonna just leave it there. No, we're not gonna mention any names. On 3.
Hey, they're having fun. They are.
Last
night, ESPN, as a part of their 50 States in 50 Days thing for SportsCenter, came to Texas and started it off with high school football. There was a scrimmage last night between North Crowley and Euless Trinity. So some big names. Got John Turntine on one side, the Texas commit, and John Meredith on the other side, the number 1 quarterback in the country in the class of 2027. John Turntine sat down with Hannah Storm before the game to talk about Texas and just the state of high school football and everything. I got a few quotes from there. Hannah Storm, talked about North Crowley and how, they went through the whole, championship run last year. Said it was a whole team effort. He had a really great team, all that. There's a lot of puff in this. But, John Turntine said, we're just staying hungry. It's easy because we're coming off the back of that. We just got to forget about that. That was last year's team. It was great to have, but just saying hungry this year, want to get another one because he knows he can. Let's get down to the Texas stuff. Hannah Storm said, all right, I can say that we very much appreciate your Sports Forever shirt that you're wearing, but I'm pretty sure everyone is focused on the Texas Longhorns colors. He was wearing a Texas do-rag or the cap. I don't know what you call those. Focused on the Texas Longhorns colors that you're sporting. Congratulations on committing to the Longhorns. Now, your dad played for TCU, right? So how did this happen that the Horns hooked you? John Turntine said, well, they just, from day one in my recruiting process, they just showed like a lot of love and showed like a lot of them wanting me and interest in wanting me. So from day one, I knew that I was a person on their board that they wanted. So I went out there a lot of times during my recruiting process. And, TCU really, they didn't, I don't know. That's the quote. And TCU really, they didn't. I don't know. They didn't do it as serious. They didn't recruit me as serious. So I understand. Hannah Storm was not looking to be malicious here and was not looking to throw TCU under the bus. But national coverage of John Turntine only realizes that he committed to Texas, and he also had a father that went to TCU. So that from the outside could be a major storyline in this recruitment. It never was. And John Turntine kind of has to throw TCU under the bus, like I said, for no reason here. But nice to see John Turntine, out of all the players in Texas high school football to get this amount of coverage and be interviewed by Hannah Storm on SportsCenter. You would have not imagined, as great as he is, that it would have been an offensive lineman. So, great to see him getting the exposure in a class that includes a Dia Bell, includes Derek Cooper, includes a Richard Wesley. There's going to be some guys that are, in 5-star territory that aren't getting covered as much. And I feel like John Turntine has been that one over the last couple months. So, like I said, nice to see this.
Yeah, and I saw Ray Gates got some TV time. The head coach for North Crowley got some TV time on SportsCenter yesterday, too. It's really cool to see. He had talked about his connection that he's built with some of the Cowboys. Obviously, Tyler Smith is a North Crowley grad, but Dak Prescott has done a lot for that program as well. And so it was cool to see Hannah Storm and Ray Gates talk about that. But also just to have the North Crowley program on display like that, it's really cool, because going back to probably 5 years ago when I was first starting to kind of be around the North Crowley program and get to know Ray Gates, and it's cool to see it 5 years later. They have that mega stadium that just looks fantastic that SportsCenter wants to put on display. ESPN comes to town and they're coming off a 6A D1 state championship. Like that is the dream being lived out by Ray Gates and North Crowley. So shout out to that program. And seems like there's a lot of expectations that they can repeat. I don't think they do, though. And here I am, like, praising North Crowley just to backhand them at the end. I don't think that they win this year. I think it's going to be a hotly contested battle this year in 6A D1. I don't think you have one or two or even three teams that are separated amongst from everyone else. I think it's going to be a good group of about 5 to 10. But it was really cool to see those guys on ESPN last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Move it from an incoming Texas player to a former Texas player. Can't believe it's almost 10:30 and I hadn't gotten to this yet. After going undrafted in the NFL draft, for reasons that we all know about, Isaiah Bond has signed with the Cleveland Browns. This seems pretty fitting given.
Can I throw a caveat really quick? He has announced that he signed with the Browns, but the Browns have not finalized any deal with him.
Right. He plans to sign with the Browns.
Yeah.
It seems like this has been in the works probably since the draft, since he was not taken. There was news. Yes, the reason that Isaiah Bond chose yesterday to announce this is because, per several outlets, Frisco or whatever the county he was charged in has decided not to pursue charges and has no-billed the case. He said, on the advice of my attorney, I will not discuss the details of this case, but I want to be clear from the very beginning. I have refuted these allegations and maintained my innocence. I stand firm by that today. So it seems like Isaiah Bond is now out of any kind of legal consequences for this situation. Not going to speak on it, but spoke on it before with the way that this was all handled and just the way Isaiah Bond's last year and a half has been. But, he's getting an opportunity to play in the NFL.
Yeah, Isaiah Bond, I had heard back in early May that the Browns were keeping a pulse on this situation. And if it did clear up, the Browns would most likely be the first ones to kind of swoop through and make it happen. So, I think back to that conversation, and then I think to yesterday when Isaiah Bond released that statement saying he was signing with the Browns. I mean, I would have to assume that there was something like lined up between both sides. But the fact that nothing has been finalized in nearly 24 hours since then makes this a little bit weird. And I wonder if you're the Browns and you're looking at this situation, you're coming off the Judkins situation, which happened yesterday. Deshaun Watson's already on your team. Maybe it's a PR move of being like, hey, guys, let's just let Isaiah Bond end up somewhere else. But Finalized, no finalized deal. I still would assume that he lands with Cleveland based on the information that I had heard. But this case did happen in Collin County in Frisco, where the Cowboys are homed. To my knowledge, the Cowboys have not done any homework on Isaiah Bond as far as a potential signing, but maybe something to keep in mind in case the Browns thing falls through.
Yeah, I think you kind of alluded to it there, but it would be interesting if the Browns went ahead and said, hey, Isaiah, make this announcement, put out your release, and we'll see what the reception is. Cleveland has had their, as I kind of mentioned, has had their fair share of issues with players getting into legal trouble. There was a comment from Nathan that Quinton Junkins was acquitted or cleared, or the charges were dropped or something yesterday. And obviously we know what the quarterback there is. So would be interesting to see if, maybe Cleveland decides not to do this. And Isaiah Bond is still, a free agent after this. But, see if he gets an opportunity.
Patrick has a comment here at 9:25. He said there's a 12-year-old that plays Little League Baseball in Oklahoma that is 6'2", 160 pounds. Have y'all seen the pitcher for Chinese Taipei that can throw 82 miles per hour?
What?
Yeah, there is a pitcher for Chinese Taipei who played yesterday, throws 82 miles per hour. And I believe the mound is only 48 feet in that level of ball. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. But the MLB comparison to him throwing 82 miles per hour is an MLB player throwing 107. So these poor kids at Mexico yesterday just could not hit off this kid. And any time that they did, it was like a dribbler to third base. I mean, this kid was just gassing, and he had a 2-run homer as well. This Chinese Taipei pitcher, I forget his name, but I think we have another Shohei potentially on the way, but this time from Chinese Taipei. It was really cool to see.
The next Young Hansen. That's where all it goes. Shohei, not Shohei. He's Chinese. What am I talking about? It's Young Hansen, Yao, and this kid.
Yes,
that's whose footstep he is following. Yesterday, me and Jordan had a question about the differences and the similarities between Derek Cooper and KJ Edwards. As we were talking about the potential of a Texas landing both of them, or having to choose between the two of them, and I spoke pretty heavily about how I think Derek Cooper is the best East-West runner in the country. Last night, he made his senior season debut, and he proved that.
Let's check it out.
Going, gone. Texas fans, this is what you can expect from Derek Cooper. I mean, that is a very aggressive looking run, and that's what he looks like all the time. He looks like he's about to tumble over on every single step, and you can't really get I have the full clip based on who posted it. I actually can't pull this one up, but man, Derek Cooper, I believe, eclipsed 100 yards last night and got out to the sidelines as quick as he could. And not everyone loves that, but when you can do it that well, you should. Derek Cooper, a true, mentioned it, can read defenses better than just about anyone, regardless of class, and probably a lot better than some of the current running backs in the SEC and the Big Ten, given that he has spent extensive time on the defensive side of the ball. If he wants to become an inside runner, I think he definitely could. There's really so many different ways this guy could go with this game heading into the college level, and we don't try to take a ton of stock in how they play in high school games. But when he has runs like that, he just proves that he is what he says he is and what everyone has been saying he is for the last couple of years.
What's his size again?
Believe 6'2", 6'1", 205.
So he's a freight train. So because I was about to say, like, the size on that run, it looked like he was just moving. And oh my God, I would not want to have to go at his legs full speed. That's going to be fun to watch this year. There was a play last night I thought I saw from Derek Cooper where it was like a between the tackles run, and he shed a couple tackles in the backfield and then kind of blitzed forward for about a 15-yard gain. And I was like, man, this kid's going to be special. He's going to be fun.
I don't want everyone to overreact. And I haven't said it on the show before, but I do see this. I likened him to James Cook and Dalvin Cook a few weeks back when he committed to Texas. but I also see a little bit of Adrian Peterson in him. And I'm not saying he's going to be an Adrian Peterson level player from the time he steps foot on campus. But that is, kind of the ceiling, I think, with him. And that's a damn high ceiling. Can he live up to that? I think we'll have to wait and see. And we'll probably have to wait and see a couple of years based on what this Texas running back room is going to look like. Some of the additions and some guys holding over in the next couple of years. But Derek Cooper is going to find his way on the field early on. Yeah, I think he did. Jake had a comment here. Didn't he roll his ankle? I think he did, but I think he went right back in. I also saw that play. He just put on a complete highlight reel. Like Derek Cooper, one game gives you a better highlight reel than most players do an entire season.
I love it. There was a highlight last night from a recruit here in the state of Texas, Alvin Mosley. Is this Fort Bend Crawford?
Fort Bend Crawford, yeah.
Did you see this play by chance? The first clip that he posted in his pinned tweet last night. If you could pull that one up, because I used to evaluate a lot of these guys, and I did rankings for Rivals for a couple of recruiting cycles. This is one of the best plays that I've seen from a high school player, I think, or especially a high school receiver. I mean, it is unreal. Alvin Mosley, 4-star receiver from Fort Bend Crawford. Check this one out. He's at the top of your screen there. Just Moss as a kid. Just get off everybody. Let me make this guy miss. I mean, that is just that is unreal.
Truly unreal. It's a Ryan Williams play adjusted for 5A Houston competition. I'll say that. That one against Georgia where he catches it and then does the spin move. This is a phenomenal play by Alvin Mosley. Yes, he would have been tackled, by probably just about any other team. But man, what a play to start the season. And also, one that Texas is pretty heavily in on. Jordan's talked about it quite a bit. That A&M is Alvin Mosley's dream school, but an offer has not been extended there after he camped there in mid-June. So Texas is considered to be at, if not very close to the top, or if not very close to at the top, in a loaded in-state 27 receiver class. Even you could recruit the entire 27 receiver class could be out of the Houston area, and I think Texas fans would be very happy. That's not going to happen. Of course, they're going to go from all parts of the state and nationally, but this is just there are legitimately a dozen guys that I think would make sense in-state for Texas to take.
Who are some of the others?
Aiden Starling out of Shadow Creek, right down the road. Just take a look here at the 27 rankings so I don't miss anyone because I tend to miss usually the top guys when I go through this. Let's take a look at the 27 receiver class for Texas. Second here. Trey Moore out of Weiss and Pflugerville. It seems like it's going to be in-state, Texas or A&M for him. Ranked within our top 247, number 119, the number 19 receiver in the country. Julian Caldwell out of Argyle. Grew up a Texas fan, has Texas influences. Was one of the only prospects to camp after already having an offer. He got an offer in the spring and then came back on June 1st to kind of double down on that. We mentioned Alvin Mosley, Antavius Ellis at Crowley. This one will be interesting. Seems kind of all over the place. Seems like all the schools in state are going to get a chance. I don't think he's really had a chance to go anywhere outside. I know Baylor and SMU have done a good job so far. Haven't heard a ton on Texas so far. We'll just kind of have to wait and see there. Bryson Thrower out of North Forney. Don't have a ton to say on him, but has an offer and has been in pretty heavy communication. Jeremiah Douglas out of Crandall, kind of the same thing. That's one on the lower end where I'm not sure if Texas would really take him at this point. But there are some SEC, some Big Ten schools that are heavily interested in him. And then, with Trent Yancey out of Duncanville, ranked pretty high, but I don't think he will be in the cards for Texas. I don't think he will be in the card for most major programs. But like I said, there's 10 guys ranked in the state already at receiver for 27, and I imagine there will be a few more.
That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun to track.
Nick, anything kind of on the outs from the end of training camp as we get into the season?
Yeah, let's see. We're going into the second preseason game, which is tomorrow night, which is kind of blowing my mind. It happens quick, these preseason games. But before I get into like the final few days of training camp, Cooper Rush revenge game tomorrow night, AT&T Stadium. So be sure and check that one out. Cooper Rush, but now backup quarterback for the Ravens. He's going to learn how to do the speed option and power read, and he's going to come into Arlington tomorrow night and his first game in his new digs, playing against the Cowboys. So that's going to be fun to see. Joe Milton will draw the start once again tomorrow for the Cowboys. A couple of guys that I am expecting to play that did not play in the first preseason game. First round pick Tyler Booker at right guard. Sounds like he's going to get a good amount of work. And Miles Sanders, I'm expecting him to get a good amount of work. The running back battle has really shifted since the last time we saw Miles Sanders. He's been battling a knee injury throughout camp and just returned to the practice field this week. And since he's returned, he's kind of on the outside looking in now of guys to make this roster potentially. Jaden Blue, it's going to be a game time decision. It's leaning towards him not playing as he's still dealing with the ankle heel issue that he battled last week that kept him out of the first preseason game. Some of the final few things from camp these last few days have been pretty chill for the most part, but the defense has really ramped up their takeaway percentage. A couple of interceptions. Sam Williams had one at practice on Wednesday, and then there was another one on Tuesday, and I'm blanking on Malik Hooker was the one who had it on Tuesday, starting free safety. But yeah, it's heating up, man. We're under 3 weeks now from the Cowboys-Eagles Thursday night game in Philadelphia. A question here from Nathan: is Blue still fumbling? You will be happy to know, or maybe unhappy to know if you're a Texas fan, because it's a little too late, that he has not fumbled one time in camp. So that is a positive thing. Granted, at the running back position, there's probably about 3 or 4 position groups where it's really tough to kind of fully evaluate because the physicality isn't as what it would be in a game environment. But at least so far, he hasn't fumbled. Jake Bayless asking, is Guyton close to a return? I wouldn't say that he's close right now, but I think there is still optimism that he can make it back by week 1. He has been getting some rehab work in over the course of the last week, so he's at least begun his on-field rehab work, which is a really good sign. Had they already returned to Frisco before he started that, then it would maybe I'd probably be looking at him missing a couple games, but they're going to need Tyler Guyton as early as week 1. Week 1 and week 2, this team is going up against some really talented edge rushers. They're going up against the Eagles in week 1 and then the Giants in week 2. They're going to need Tyler Guyton. And their backup left tackle, Nate Thomas, he's had a good camp, don't get me wrong. And it's a really good story to see him kind of emerge out of nowhere as the backup left tackle this offseason, but he's not ready for that challenge in Philadelphia or against the Giants the following week. So they are going to need Tyler Guyton there in week 1. But other camp happenings, I think they're just hoping to get more consistent play out of Joe Milton this week. He came out a little hot on and not in a good way last Saturday against the Rams. Was all over the place, and honestly, of all the practices and all of the joint practices and now preseason games that we've seen of Joe Milton, it was by far his worst performance, in my opinion, that we've seen. So. Looking for a little bit of a bounce back from Milton tomorrow, but should be a fun one, man. It's the home preseason opener, and I hope I make it home in time tonight to get some good rest so I'm ready to go Saturday night.
That's quite the turnaround. Just from around the league, some storylines to watch for. Dylan Gabriel will be starting for Cleveland tomorrow. The counterpunch to Shedeur Sanders' impressive performance last week. Great, phenomenal performance from Shedeur Sanders. Dylan Gabriel looked kind of worried last week as Shedeur was throwing one of his 2 touchdowns. So we'll see what Dylan Gabriel can do. Don't have high expectations at all. So if he completes more than about 2 passes, I will consider it a good day for Dylan Gabriel. Jackson Dart playing again. He's going to get the start once again. As the Giants play the Jets in Kellen Moore had a conversation with Kay Adams yesterday or Wednesday, and after an entire offseason of being as quiet as possible on their quarterback situation, when Kay Adams asked him a question, he gave a pretty substantial response. I think that's the way that we're getting a lot of college football news. These guys just get flustered when they're interviewed by Kay Adams. He said, "We're very close. We're very close to picking between Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shaw." Nick, I don't know if you know this, but a couple weeks ago on the show, me and Jordan made a bet. I said, I have $10 on Spencer Rattler not being on an NFL team next year, and at the best being on a camp. I think he'll be playing in the UFL, though. He may win the starting job, and I think that even cements it. He will not be the starter by, he will not start more than 7 games. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And he will be out of the league after that. Man, the Saints have a terrible situation, just awful. Like the talk of the offseason has been Andy, just because of the names there. With AR, who was a top 5 pick, and Daniel Jones, who was, a top 10 pick himself and has had so much media attention around him, since he's started. But New Orleans is worse. Tyler Shaw is not a good player, and neither is Spencer Rattler. Like, they have 2 guys that are legitimately not good at football in line to start.
Yeah, it makes me kind of question the Kellen Moore process of evaluation. If he looked at that quarterback class and he was like, you know what, Tyler Shuck, give me him in the 30s. At what was it, 35 overall?
34, I think. Yeah.
30, Jesus, man. Like, what are we doing? What are we
just
doing?
a terrible pick. He's looked awful in every single clip I've seen. He's not an NFL quarterback. It was just never.
A D lineman last week, I think. Or
yeah.
It was either a pick 6 to a D lineman, or it was a really bad pick 6, like one where he was throwing like opposite hash. I don't remember the exact play, but it was like
he's had some true ducks, and like these are only the ones that are being recorded. Like, there's some worse throws that people are like, oh, surely he's not going to throw another pick after the pick he just threw on the last throw.
Yeah,
so we're missing some of those. I think there was a drive where he threw like 3 picks in a row. He's not good. The Colts, we just mentioned them. I think they're going to play both Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones tomorrow. Anthony Richardson's pinky injury, I'm not sure what the status on that is. That is another I don't want to play injury to me. But, maybe shouldn't doubt Anthony Richardson as much. Nick, I don't know what you think here, but personally, looking between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, I'm taking Daniel Jones 10 times out of 10.
I'm taking Riley Leonard. I'm joking. I would probably I'd probably roll with the Daniel Jones experience too. I don't think this is a hot take. This is definitely a hot take. I don't think Daniel Jones is a bad quarterback. I don't think he's good. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. And I think there was some issues in New York that were out of his control. But if you look back to when he looked good in New York, there were some good flashes there. Like the year before he got that contract extension. He was fun, man. He had athleticism. He could run. He could push it downfield. I think the consistency is going to matter a lot more with Daniel Jones versus Anthony Richardson. And I think we're leaning towards, probably Anthony Richardson being on the outside looking in here pretty soon, and then Riley Leonard kind of being that Taysom Hill type of role player for the Colts.
Yeah, I wanted to give a shout out. I'm going through a list from Cody Benjamin at CBS Sports on 5 storylines heading into this weekend's preseason action. And I like what he said about the Colts. Talking about Anthony Richardson's injury with the dislocated pinky, Richardson quickly returned to the practice field, but he still needs to translate his supersized gifts to a game day rhythm. Here's the kicker: to keep Jones from claiming the number 1 spot by default. So you're saying that Daniel Jones is so bad that the Colts will get the number 1 spot by default. I don't think that's true. I think the Colts have enough, you're going to get 1,000 yards out of Jonathan Taylor, and I'm not saying that's going to win you some games, but it'll win you 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And then you still got Michael Pittman, and you have A.D. Mitchell there. It's a good receiver room. Like, if Daniel Jones can get back to whatever that was, 2021, 2022 form, this is a team that could hang in there and what is expected to be another rough year for the AFC South with, Cam Ward coming in as the savior, and Trevor Lawrence still being Trevor Lawrence. Yes, it's wide open for the Texans, but there's room for the Colts to churn out 5 or 6 games, or even more than that, if they can just stick with one guy. Like, I think that's going to be the key for the Colts. And obviously, there's some caveats to that. If Anthony Richardson comes in and plays like he did the last time we saw him, obviously you can't keep him there. But I think Daniel Jones should be the starter week 1, and I think he should be the starter week 18.
I just want to see the Colts make the playoffs so that we can see the dude who does the Colts song every week so that he can make a playoff song. I just know he'll lose his absolute shit off.
I almost would more like to see him make a song for 17 losses. Like, I think that'd be really fun.
You know what? You drive a hard bargain there, Will. I think I'm with you there.
Like, week by week, he knows, man, we might not get one, but he's still excited. Like, he's still like, 0-9, but they've got a chance this week. 0-12, but they've got a chance.
This is our team, damn it. This is our Colts.
And then he gets to announce the first pick at the draft next year. And he has a whole song for it. Where's the draft next year?
It is in Pittsburgh.
Close enough.
Yeah. He just like continuously by week, it just gets closer and closer, like heavy metal. It's like, this is our Colts, damn it! This is our team.
And then it gets a little dimmer, and by the end it's black and white, and he's he's singing like soul songs at the end.
What's the playoffs? 0-17. I'm with you, Will. I am with you.
One last little thing from the preseason: Caleb Williams is going to play tomorrow. I think they're actually playing in Chicago at Soldier Field. That's why he's playing. His first time in action in the Ben Johnson offense. That'll be exciting to see. I have very high expectations for Caleb Williams this year. He had the rookie slump. I think that's the worst we're ever going to see him. I really do think this is a guy that maybe not this year, but pretty soon will be, if they can put the right weapons around him, and they've already started. Like, I do think that Rome, yes, he did not have a great rookie year. I do think he's a guy that will be good enough to be your wide receiver 1 or 2. I think there's a very high ceiling for Caleb Williams in the NFL still. And I think he's a guy, like I said, I think he's a guy that could be in the MVP conversation a year or 2 from now.
And they also have Luther Burden. So that's going to be a fun
That's right, yeah.
Ben Johnson to utilize. That's going to be really fun to watch.
And they drafted Colson Loveland first round. They've got some guys there. And Loveland's one where I thought people were not high enough on him. I know he went much higher than people were expecting, but best tight end in that draft, and then someone that Caleb Williams.
Tyler Warren.
I'm a big Loveland guy.
Oh, I think man, you're like the first big Loveland guy I've met. I'm gonna have to get you on with Tommy Yarish. He's a big Bears guy, so he hated the pick.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been wrong about a lot of guys the last couple of years. I was wrong on Anthony Richardson. I'll say that. I was a big Anthony Richardson guy. I was very heavily in favor of the Texans taking Will Anderson and then trading to get Anthony Richardson instead of CJ Stroud. But obviously, I've been happy on how that worked out. You never know, though. If Anthony Richardson never gets hurt in his rookie year, I think it's a much different conversation.
I think it probably
really
is.
People forget, like, he was probably going to win Rookie of the Year. I know it was only a 3 or 4 game sample, but like, he was playing significantly better than all the other starting quarterbacks and all the other rookies that year. Nick, anything? We got about 10 minutes left here. Anything you want to talk about?
Well, call your shot. Who's Rookie of the Year this year?
I think
Can Travis Hunter do enough? Can Travis Hunter do enough? That's going to be tough.
He can. And the thing is, like, and I don't think he's going to play a huge role in their defense, which I'm really surprised, because I do think he could be an all-pro corner. Like, I really do believe that. But the Jags needed receivers, and I'm not surprised that he's being a receiver, starting receiver for them. Will we be in a situation kind of similar to last year, like in the Heisman conversation, where it's like, yes, the difference is this time because it is designated offense and defense. Will Travis Hunter have the second or third best offensive season out of any rookie? And then people will say, hey, he also took 50 snaps a game or 30 snaps a game at cornerback. Like, not only did he have this great season offensively, but he was tired the whole time because he was playing on defense. Will the voters consider that? I think that's a really interesting component. If they do, I think he's kind of runaway winner for us, offensive rookie of the year. Defense, crapshoot. Really, like, Mason Graham could have a great year. I think corners are always kind of the easiest ones, and Mason Graham would be tough. I can't remember the last time an interior defensive lineman won Defensive Rookie of the Year. And Nick, who do you like here? Like, I really can't even think of anyone.
You can go Mike Green with the Ravens. I think he's going to get enough snaps to at least be a contributor.
I would say go back to offense for a second. I think Travion Henderson has a really good chance.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Because it seems like he's kind of the starting running back. Like, it seems like he's going to be running back one for New England. And it's also going to return kicks and punts.
Yeah.
But he's going to get a ton of touches.
Yeah.
Abdul
Carter. Yeah, I think he has potential for sure. I don't know. I'm not saying that I think Abdul Carter's going to be a bust. I'm not saying that at all. I think he's just going to be a lot closer to maybe a Kayvon Thibodeau than he is to like I don't know, think of like another top three, like a Myles Garrett, you know. Whereas, you know, I think there's some other edge rushers in this class, like a Mike Green, for example, for the Ravens, James Pierce for the Falcons.
Jade?
Just say that again.
Jade Barron. How about Jade?
Yeah, Jade would be awesome. I would love that. Donovan Ezeraku for the Cowboys even. I think he's going to play enough to have a significant, opportunity to put some stats on the board. But honestly, for Defensive Rookie of the Year, if you get to like 5 sacks, you're in the conversation. And so, I mean, Jared Verse last year, granted, most of his stuff came from QB pressures and run game defense, but he only had 4.5 sacks on the year. So, and he won Defensive Rookie of the Year. So there's some fun to be had in that conversation, I think.
I don't think he'll get it because he's not like a stat sheet stuffer and is much better in the run than he is in the pass. But Jahad Campbell got put into the Eagles defense.
Yeah.
And like the rookies always find a way, even in the Super Bowl, find a way to make their mark. And Jahad Campbell is another one that I was super high on and thought should have been picked before, James Pierce or, even Derek Harmon. Like out of the defense, I'm not, obviously those two guys aren't linebackers, but at the defensive side, like I thought he was a much better overall prospect than Shamar Stewart for sure.
Yeah.
And that was just a perfect situation for him. And he's going to have a great year. That was the one I wanted to talk about. It's not going to happen. I can promise you right now, I would bet $1,000 with the payout being $1 that Shamar Stewart is not going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year.
I'll take that. That's an easy bet. Shake. We're good. I'll send you $1.
Because I'm not going to say he's going to be a bust, but Shamar Stewart has never made an impact on a team. He didn't do well. He was at A&M. I don't think he'll do it. Yeah. After all this stuff with contract talks and everything, I don't think it's going to be worth it.
Did you see him lay a hit on Joe Burrow in practice the other day and it caused
No.
It looked like he kind of stumbled into him, but that's certainly not how it was taken by the offensive lineman. There was a little scuffle that ensued afterward, but it was just like, man, Shamar Stewart, everywhere he goes, he just messes some shit up.
I can kind of see it. The clips aren't good enough to probably show here. Yeah, I think maybe he stumbled into him. I'll pull it up.
I thought he stumbled into him personally, but it caused a little scuffle. It was some jawing and some hands being thrown a little bit, but nothing crazy.
There have been a good amount of – here, we can take a look at it right here. He just kind of – momentum was taking him there. There have been a good amount of scuffles this week. Michael Penix got into a fight himself. Like, it was the first time I've ever really heard about a quarterback being involved in one of these preseason scuffles. It was very on brand for Michael Penix, and I love him as a person. Like you take it back to, which was one of the worst moments of my sports fandom, when he just dots up everyone in the Sugar Bowl, and then says, "Free my boy" with the purple do-rag on. Like, aura is thrown around too much and has been ruined. But that was truly like, man, this guy's a star. If only he was a little bit better of a player, then he'd be on the Madden cover next year. Like he's got that swagger.
He's going to be 17-game starter for the Falcons. It's going to be fun to watch. It's either going to go great or awful, no in between.
Who is behind him? Is
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk is still there, yeah.
They never traded him. I'm not sure that they will. They might at some point if like a team really gets desperate during the season. whether it be injury or whatever else. I know the Steelers were keeping a close eye on Cousins if Rodgers decided to, continue his bullshit. But they still have Kirk Cousins there, and their third string would be
Easton Stick.
Easton Stick. I was going to say Easton Stick, but I thought he was maybe gone. It is Easton Stick. Okay.
You know who the fourth quarterback on that roster is?
Hold on, give me a hint.
He was once a very big name in college football.
What conference?
SEC, and then the last year of the Pac-12.
SEC and then the last year Pac-12. Once a very big.
There was a lot of hype. I wouldn't say that he was a huge name, but there was a lot of hype.
I don't know why I'm blanking right now.
He spent his last. This might be a giveaway. He spent his last year at Cincinnati. That was in 2023.
Oh my God! Why am I blanking right now? This is so bad. Who is it?
It's Emory Jones.
Emory Jones. Jeez, man, that is crazy.
So Emory Jones was on the practice squad for 2 weeks for the Baltimore Ravens last year, and then get this, he was on the practice squad for the DC Defenders last year.
That's insane.
So to go from a guy that I think at one point was mocked as a first-round draft pick to being on the practice squad for the DC Defenders within a 3-year span,
yeah,
you don't see many things like that. Even Tate Martell had a slower burn. Even JT Daniels had a slower burn.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. All right, Jordan. I mean, just called you. We got all the way to 11, and I called you Jordan. So.
Yep. Yep. It is. It's been good, man. Tell you what, I'm trying to think of one final thing we can get out of here on. Did you see the DJ Uiagalelei?
I didn't.
From last week. He only had one pass. He completed it 49 yards downfield in stride. It was one of the best throws I've ever seen him make it. So I have a theory, and I put it on Twitter. I have a theory here. What if DJ Uiagalelei's talents are just geo-fenced to Los Angeles Metro? And, once he leaves Los Angeles, he just, it's like Monstars taking his shit away. But, if he's in L.A., it works. Because, it made me go back to look at some of his Bosco highlights. And I forgot how much of a dog he was in high school. There are some players that I will look at recruiting evaluators and I'll be like, why did we 5-star this guy? DJ Uiagalelei, I'm not going to take that one though, because he was a dog. He was a baller in high school. He looked like the truth.
Yeah. Another Southern California guy, since I think there's going to be some news in the next few days, Malachi Nelson. Do you agree that he should have been a 5-star and should have been the number 1 player in that class?
That one is tough. That one's a little bit tougher. I would say no, but I think he was worthy of being a top 100 guy because, man, he was so good in high school, and it's really that shoulder injury that really destroyed his career. Once he had that shoulder injury in the senior year of his high school career, it really changed his trajectory. And so, is he going to start at UTEP?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of alluding to. They're apparently getting close to naming a starter. I mean, time is running out, and it seems like it has been such a hotly contested battle that, if one guy slips up early on, then the other will get a chance. I think Malachi Nelson is on the outs right now. I do not think he's going to start week 1. But by the time they make it to Texas on September 13th, I believe, could be a different story.
That would be
Rich Manning versus Malachi Nelson.
That would be hilarious. You tell somebody that 4 years ago, they're like, "Oh, it's box office. We got to be there." Shit. Yeah.
So it's Red River in 2020.
Exactly. It's Red River. I forgot he was committed to OU in that whole drama. Jeez, man, what a time. What a time.
What a time. All right, I think that's going to do it for us. Up next on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, college football analyst David Pollock previews the 2025 season with our friends at SEC Unfiltered. And then, of course, at 2 o'clock, Chip and Zay will be back. Nick, great to do this. Missed Jordan today dealing with his dog. You'll be back on Monday. I'll be back on Tuesday. We'll see you guys then.
Y'all be easy. Have a good one, everybody.